Honk. Good evening, everybody. Welcome, Arvanauts. Welcome all those who don't know what an Arvanaut is, but are excited to learn, he said, hopefully. Welcome, everybody, to a Friday stream. It is May 27th, 2022, and the time has come, folks. We are here and ready for day one of ArvCon 2022. It is hard to believe that it's gotten to this point again, that we are here 1 year after ArvCon 2021. But we are here, and we are here to come together for a great cause and a big event. This is the beginning of what is going to be over 30 hours of content over the course of the next few days, and I am incredibly excited to be able to bring all of you into it, and incredibly excited for the event to come. I am also, of course, excited to welcome everybody to the finale of Esper Genesis, Shadow of the Zephyr. I am super excited about that. Also, we are convinced that there will be tears. We are sure that there will be sadnesses. There will be moments of uncertainty and all that with this, but we are very, very excited about it. And yeah, I'm just extremely grateful that we are all here together and able to do this to benefit the Damon Runyon Cancer Research Foundation, about which more in a moment. Normally, this is the part of the stream where I talk about the various ways that you can support the channel, but I am not going to do that today because instead, what I want to do today is talk about our charity. I am going to ask you to follow the channel just because that's a good way to find out more, and to check out our YouTube, because YouTube, if you subscribe over there, you'll also see past broadcasts of ArvCons as well. So I've got all that, and I do want to quickly mention, because my book is releasing next Tuesday, !Grayshade KS for details about the Grayshade Kickstarter, because that's super cool as well. But otherwise, I want us all to be able to focus tonight on our charity, which is the Damon Runyon Cancer Research Foundation. First of all, let me just make sure that we're all good. Can people hear me? Are we on and ready and running? Because it looks like we are, but my stream is doing some weird things, and that would be kind of unfortunate if we were not. So I just want to make sure that we're actually rolling. I see my channel. It looks like we're there. I see this. It looks like we're right. Okay, there we go. Good. I see it. Right. There's people there. You know what it is? I'm not getting... Okay. Let me reconnect here, because... Oh, that's why I had the wrong chat up. I was like, why do I have... Okay, I was totally confused. I had the wrong chat up. I was like, why is chat silent? Why is nobody... And now I understand why. I was like, people were probably like, yay, I'm psyched and pumped up. And I had no idea because I was on the wrong chat. That was so funny. Now everyone's like, hi, hello. Yes, hello. Hi, we're here. We're here. Oh, man. No wonder. I was like, what the hell's going on? Why is nobody saying anything? Okay, now it all makes sense. And I see we're all here. My goodness. All right. So welcome everybody welcome to the stream and welcome to ArvCon 2022. So I'm going to fire up the camera here so I can see all of you lovely folks. Give me just a second whilst I do that. I'm going to place myself in a different spot than I normally do. There we go. And let us move over to reveal. There we are. Hey, everybody. I'm going to be in a different spot today because I want to make sure that we are highlighting this stuff that we have here, which is the stuff that you see on this stream. So I'm going to have many more thank yous to say at the end of this event, but I will start by giving a quick thank you to the moderators who are going to be doing incredible work all day today, all weekend long. And I want to give special thanks to the people who made a lot of this possible. First of all, thank you to Dragonspear, who took this splash screen, which was originally put together by Shadowed Mage, and adjusted it and made it possible for us to see the event of, first of all, ArvCon 2022, as you can see, but also the events that you see down below. So thank you to Dragonspear, and thank you to the wonderful mods for being here, and thank you all for supporting this event to benefit Damon Runyon Cancer Research Foundation. I want to talk about the events and the sponsors, and then we will get a chance to talk a little bit about the particular stuff that we're about Damon Runyon specifically. So yes, it begins. So as you can see right over there, this is our list of sponsors. We are sponsored this year by 8 different organizations. We are sponsored by Alligator Alley Entertainment, which is my publisher for Tales and Tomes from the Forbidden Library, and the sponsor of this very Esper Genesis campaign you're about to watch. We are sponsored by Athos Arts. Ballsteg is here, I know. Garlic Tofu may have shown up here as well. I don't know if I saw Garlic Tofu or not, but I'm sure Garlic Tofu will be here. Of course, that is the Athos Arts is my publisher for both my Icarus graphic novel and Gray Shade, which is going to be released next Tuesday. Oh, hi, Garlic. Good to see you. I hope that the convention went okay today, the first day. So you're going to have some Gray Shade going on, which is coming again on May 31st. Very excited for that. Very thankful to Athos Arts. We are sponsored by Fat Pot Games, the maker of Vaporum and Vaporum Lockdown. They've got giveaway codes for us. They also have giveaway codes coming to us from GOG.com, the channel that I was just for some reason deciding to go hang out at for no reason. GOG.com's Twitch channel is supporting us and is sponsoring this event, with a lot of giveaway codes as well. So thank you to them. Again, thanks to Harebrained Schemes, the makers of BattleTech and the Shadowrun games, because Harebrained Schemes has also given us some BattleTech codes again this year. Nomad Games is making a return appearance as well. They are also supporting us this year. They are the makers, of course, of the Talisman Digital Edition, Warlock on Firetop Mountain, stuff like that. They will be giving us some stuff as well, as will Tin Man Games, which is, again, has been supporting us for many years, actually, here. So thank you to those amazing groups. And new this year, we actually have Pegasus Spiele joining us, and they are going to be, they have given us some board games that are going to be given away, some actual physical board games, too. They are the sponsors of my Talisman Adventures campaign, and they are also sponsoring us here. So thank you to all the corporate sponsors. And I also want to thank all of the individual sponsors as well who are here with us. Now, very quickly, for those of you who do not know how this works, the way that we're going to do this for Damon Runyon is, as we go through these events, you will be able to donate. And as we reach certain levels, there will be every $100, basically, there will be a giveaway conducted in chat. And that giveaway is going to be something which will give us once we do the $100 every $100 moment, we will give away stuff. And the tireless work of Dragon Spear has put together these things into basic like pots, basically. So the $100 level, $200 level, and so on, as we head up towards our goal of 4,000. And so there are going to be various giveaways, including game codes and things like that. However, I want to say up front that anyone who donates just $1 or more, and you are entered in a drawing to win that at the end of the event. Now that, chat, is this. This right here is a Alia Terra, the amazing collection of non-binary Romanian folk tales from Athos Arts. I have a copy of it myself. And this is an original painting from Matthew Spencer and an anonymous donator who were kind enough to send this. So anyone who contributes $1 or more will be entered in this drawing. Obviously, if you were anonymous, then we can't enter you. But if your name is associated with it, then you will get this, which is you will get this original drawing. You can either frame these separately. You can frame the whole thing if you like, but it's super, super cool. And it's actually from my favorite story in the entire book, which is about this dragon that loves books and all that kind of stuff. So it's very, very slick. So thank you again to Garlic Tofu and to Athos Arts for coordinating this. Thanks to Garlic Tofu for coordinating this. Thank you to Matthew Spencer and the anonymous donator for that. So that'll be anyone who donates at least $1. For the third top donator is going to receive... Okay. Third top donator is going to receive this. One copy each of Micro Macro Crime City. One copy each. Very cool game. I don't want to get into describing it because we don't have enough time, but it's very cool. I took a look at it. I like it. Port Royal, which is a cool board game. It's the big box too, by the way, where you can basically be a pirate. I expect that Saber is going to be heavily tempted to try to push for this one. And the last one is Bonfire. So Bonfire right here is also a really cool game that basically looks like it's a kind of game that looks really cool. That is kind of a sort of a system building strategy with 4-player boards, and you get to play gnomes and it's other cool stuff. So very exciting for this one. So it's a lot of cool stuff. Bonfire, yes, and fire in there. So you will get all 3 of these if you are the third highest donator to the event. So the third highest donator will get this. Otherwise, there will be individual copies of these given out as part of the regular drawings. So we've got that going on. All right. Then we have the second top donator. And the second top donator is going to receive, hey, Kilgore, second top donator is going to receive this. This is from our very own here, Prince Justin. Prince Justin, who is, yeah, thank you very much for that, Kilgore, is this one. This is such a beautiful, beautiful piece. And it is, as you can see, mounted on metal. It's got its own metal stand. This is my copy that I get to keep because that's fun. I'm really appreciative that Prince Justin was kind to do this, but it's really, really beautiful. And Prince Justin's a wonderful photographer. And so you will get this shipped to you. It is like literally put it on your desk, and in the middle of winter, you're just like, right? It's amazing. Actually, can I shut this off for a second? Okay. Yeah, I can, but then you can't really see it. I was trying to get the glare off of it, but you get the idea. Very, very cool. So that's going to go to the second highest donator. And then the top donator is going to get this. Top donator is going to get this, which is from Rock God, a fully already ready to be literally hung, don't need to frame it, on metal of a New England pond with forest set behind it. It is gorgeous. It's just so amazing. And Rock God has given us several of these throughout the years. It's really spectacular. And this is going to go to the top donator to the Damon Runyon Cancer Research Foundation. So there's going to be, yeah, it's pretty wild. So amazing stuff. And so I want to make sure that I do not mess this up at all. Okay. So I am very grateful to Prince Justin, to Pegasus Spiele, to Prince Justin, and to Rock God for their contributions to this. So that's going to be what the top donator will receive to the event at the end of the event. And what are we doing this all for? We are doing this for the Damon Runyon Cancer Research Foundation. This is a foundation which for many, many years has supported the work of young researchers by funding research projects, by giving them lab space, by giving them places that they can do their work, and by taking, I guess you could say, risks, not crazy risks, but educated risks on young researchers who typically don't get that kind of attention that they need when they are earlier in their careers. These researchers have gone on to be Nobel Prize winners. They have gone on to materially benefit the world of cancer and to cancer reduction, prevention, and research into mitigation, as well as literally cures. They have made us closer to cures for cancer because of the work that Damon Runyon has done. The reason I chose Damon Runyon was not only because Damon Runyon was working with young researchers, and I've worked with young people most of my life, and their energy and optimism is something which I find great strength from, and I think is really the hope for all of us. But also because one of the ways that they make their money to support this thing is they sell Broadway tickets at a reduced price, and that's one of the ways that they build funding for themselves. That really connects with me because I love live theater. I was a theater critic for a long time. And also, my mother was off Broadway in the 1960s. And one of the reasons that I do this charity is because I lost my mother to breast cancer. She would have been 86 this year. And I miss my parents, both of them, all the time. But I miss her, and I miss my dog that I've lost from cancer. I miss my friends that I've lost, people that I know, so many that have been affected and impacted by cancer. And this was really founded in a way in her honor and her memory. But also, as we know, Dialad from GOG-COM that does a charity to support cancer research in her name. And also not just those who we've lost, but the survivors, the people that have endured, the people that have survived because of the research that has been put into this. Those things really have also made a huge difference here. And so because of that, because this has one of the highest ratings you can get from Charity Navigator, because the money that goes here goes very little to overhead and goes mostly directly to the charity that is involved, this is a way, I think, for us to come together as a community and really support an important, critically important cause and to bring some light to some darkness. I think sometimes we have a tendency to feel as if all there is darkness. Certainly, if you live in the United States and you saw some of the news out of Texas over the last few days, it's hard not to feel that dark darkness just kind of overwhelmingly, especially with the pandemic on top of it, and obviously the war in Ukraine and so on. But there is also a great deal of goodness and light here, and this is a chance to be able to do this and come together in that way. So it's going to be an incredibly special event. The events that we've got, and then I'm going to tell you folks how to donate, and then I want us to get to donating, and I want to get to this Esper Genesis event. The events are as follows. Tonight we have the finale of Esper Genesis Shadow of the Zephyr. Tomorrow at 11:30 a.m. we will have an interview with Damon Runyon Cancer Research scientists, which is going to be really great. They're going to be on for just about a half hour. I'm going to be talking to them a little bit about their work, about how they got involved with Damon Runyon and so on. That's going to be cool, and you will see those same scientists later in the weekend. Then at noon Eastern, we'll switch over to Adventures of Middle-earth Erebor Adventures, Sleeping Dragon's Lie. We will continue with our Middle-earth adventure with that crew. They're hunting a dragon, no big deal. It's going to be great. So that's what's going to have that there as well. And then, yes, I did see that, Kilgore. Hopefully it'll stabilize, but yeah, I did see it. Thank you. So yes, so we've got that going on. Then at 4:30 p.m. we have a one-shot D&D adventure. I've not revealed the title yet. I will do that tomorrow because I don't want to spoil anything, but it will be a fun shenanigan-filled adventure for basically most of the GawCon players except for Pyron Jade, who's going to be at an Elton John concert. So we will have Peripheral Mike, Darksaber 2K. We will have Inanda and Undeveloped Bruce and Fleos as well, who is going to be joining us for this one-shot D&D event. It's going to be great. So that's going to be from 4:30 to 7:30 p.m. Eastern. Then we have a concert, which is going to be starting at 8 p.m. Eastern, starting with Kilgore. Now, Kilgore's having some internet issues at the moment. I'm hoping those will stabilize. If not, we might show a previous thing from previous years. We'll see, but Kilgore will be with us in some capacity, if need be. So that will definitely be the case if so. Then we're going to move on at roughly 8:45 p.m.-ish, somewhere in there, for Chrono Wolf. And Chrono Wolf, who of course has done the music for Esper Genesis and stuff like that, will join us. And Chrono Wolf will be with us for this. And that's going to be exciting. I can't wait for that. Then we're going to have, after that, of course, Zach Clay will be joining us. I don't know who that guy is. Zach Clay, wonderful musician, good dude. You're going to see Zach Clay, and that's going to be happening as well. That will be happening at somewhere around 10 p.m. Eastern, depending on when Chrono Wolf wraps up. Then we're going to be moving on to Indy, who has done this the last few years for us as well. And Indy is going to be wrapping up the performance for us starting somewhere around 10:30 to 11 p.m. Eastern. And that's what we will do for the concert on Saturday. Sunday, we will have a marathon session from noon until 7:30 p.m. Eastern. We will have D&D with Infinity and Beyond, Eberron, Oracle of War, Season 2, A Century of Ashes. Very exciting. And then at 8 p.m. Eastern, we will have a special tabletop event called Feast at the Tidal Keep. It will be GM'd by Will Sobel and will feature a bunch of Rick Riordan Presents authors, including one Carlos Hernandez. You will not want to miss that. And finally, Monday, May 30th, at 10 o'clock a.m., we will have a special Strange Friends session with Brandon O'Brien as the GM, and the amazing crew of Girl by Moonlight will be joining us for a special adventure at 10 a.m. Eastern. And then at 1:30 p.m. Eastern, roughly speaking, we will be moving on to our final event of the charity event of ArvCon, and that will be a one-shot tabletop adventure with Michael Underwood as the GM and with the Damon Runyon Cancer Research Foundation scientists playing. So that's going to be happening on Monday, and then we wrap up ArvCon 2022 after that. So it's going to be very exciting. I am very pumped up for it, and I hope you will all make this something that we can be a part of. So with that said, here we go. This is the way that you're going to do things, and it looks like this. Now, we have a new system this year, folks, somewhat new anyway, and that is that you can donate directly at the page I've just listed, !donate. That is the Damon Runyon Cancer Research Foundation, and you see it is a Tiltify page, tiltify.com/@arvaneleron/ArvCon 2022. New this year is through Tiltify. Tiltify processes everything using PayPal. If you click on that link, it will bring you directly to the page where you can donate for for this event, where you can donate literally for ArvCon. Our goal this year is $4,000. Now, last year, our goal was $3,500 and we doubled it and we hit $7,000. This year, if we doubled our goal and we hit $8,000, that would be just fine with me, but we'll see how things go. But that is how you're going to do it. Exclamation point, donate it. Once you've had a chance to donate it, donate the money that you're going to. If you hit then, I believe we have donated still in there. As a command. It does. Yes, it does. I think it does keep track of individual donor amounts for me, which is one of the reasons that we're using it. But this is the place where we want to go. And I have alerts set up. I don't know if they're going to work. I'm a little nervous because this should all work, but I have not had a chance to see. Oh, something just happened. Wait a minute. I just saw it pop up, and it didn't pop up because it was not above the thing. Wait a second here. Why did that happen? I know why that happened. That happened because I'm supposed to monitor an output. There we go. I think I just saw it. Yes, I think it was Prince Justin, if I'm not mistaken. And there it is. The number has just popped up. We have our first donation. Give me 1 second whilst I fix this this situation. No, not that one. It's that one. It's there. It's on top of that. That's why. Okay. Now I've got it. It's all clear. We're all set here. We're all fine. Thanks. How are you? So we have just had our first amount, and that gives us $20. So thank you to Prince Justin for that first amount, $20. We are on our way, folks, towards our goal. Thank you so much, Prince Justin, for that. And you know the drill, folks. This is the way to do things. Please spread the word. When you do so on social media, please use hashtag ArvCon 2022. Please let's get that trending. Please let everybody know about this event. This is the way. Please let everybody know about this event, and please make sure that they are here and ready because we are very excited for this. There it is. It works. I saw it. I just have to fix something in it a little bit. All right. I saw it. It didn't quite look the way I expected it to, but I heard the sound. It did make a sound. It's true. And it does seem like it keeps that amount. So let's see. So that's going to bring us up to $30. Thank you very, very much. I'm going to have to fix what this donation total looks like because this doesn't quite look quite right. The one problem I have with Tiltify is that you can't test it on OBS until you go live, which is a little annoying. So I'm going to have to do what I can, and I certainly don't have time to fix it now. But I will address it over the course of, if not this evening, then certainly by tomorrow. Either way, we got the sound. That's definitely in there. So thank you, Darksaber2K, and we are up to $30. So please continue to donate. Please continue to make this a part of what we're doing here. And yeah, I am, as I say, super excited for this event. Now, with all of that said, it is time to get over to the fine people who have been waiting for far too long as they've been hearing me ramble on about ArvCon. So I am now back with them. I have unmuted myself, and we are ready now for what is likely to be a very bittersweet event, Chad, and that is this is the conclusion of the grand finale of Esper Genesis Shadow of the Zephyr. We started this 78 episodes ago. This is our 79th episode. And here on episode 79, it is my great pleasure to welcome in the amazing crew of the Hyperlance, the amazing crew of Esper Genesis. And folks, what a wild ride it has been. We will have a chance to talk postmortems as we go through. But I am super grateful to all of you for being here with me. And I will start with the gentleman up at the top left, one Mr. Johnny Pittman. And I guess I'm going to ask this time, as I make some other adjustments with ArvCon, I'm going to ask this time, Johnny, just what is the thing that you're most sort of either nervous for or excited about with in regards to tonight's session? Like, as you thought about it leading up to this, what's sort of the thing that's most like, oh man, this is going to happen, if any?
Whether we're gonna get inflatable mattress T-shirts or not.
All right. Well, as long as we know that that's what it is, that's fine.
I mean, no. I mean, there are too many things. There are too many unresolved questions and too many plot points where we're going to see a resolution and we're going to see it so quickly that we're not going to have time for all the feels. And what I'm most looking forward to and the most afraid of is that post-mortem sort of like, or that after show moment where it all really hits.
Yeah.
And it's like, I just did all that.
Yep.
That was incredible.
Yep.
So
yep.
That's what I'm most afraid of and what I'm looking forward to.
I hear you. And it's going to be great on both counts. So for the last time, Johnny, who are you playing in tonight's session? Whoop.
Sorry, I muted myself.
I can't even talk. I'm verklempt.
Yeah, exactly. I was gonna ask the question. Are we really sure it's the last time? But it's Aramis, the Ashen Forged Melder, who no longer really knows who he is or what's going on. So I'm looking forward to finding out.
Okay, I'm excited about that. And we just got a big donation that just came in from Brahms, who has donated $80 to this affair. So we are at $110. Good work, Brahms. Thank you, my friend, so much. And welcome. I'm still working. We got the sound. I just have to work on getting it to actually look right, which I will eventually do, if not tonight, then by tomorrow. But in the meantime, chat, that means that we have reached our first level, our first giveaway level. And so the mods are going to run a giveaway for us. The secondary thing that's going on, of course, is that, which group among us will create the most money for the charity? Who will be the highest? Esper Genesis has laid claim to that in the past. Who will it be? And when we were talking about the fact that this is the S tier of groups, the number 1 tier, the number 2 tier, we talked earlier tonight about how there may be some tears shed during this session. And so we've decided that for every tear that is shed, this top tier group will receive more donations for the charity. So just letting you all know that's apparently going to happen. I don't know who's going to enforce that, but I'm just letting you know that that's going to occur. But anyway, always a pleasure to have Johnny with us. And I'm looking forward to seeing how Aramis does things tonight. Also looking forward to how Petra will do things tonight. And Kat, it's good to see you. Again, I said thank you so much to Johnny for being a part of this. And again, to Kat, thank you so much for being a part of this as well. Same question to you, Kat. What are you most sort of looking forward to, either with anxiety or excitement, for tonight's session?
Well, I have a confession, which is that I have been known not to watch the last episode of a series or read the last chapter of a book if I love it very, very much. And so you guys are very lucky I showed up. I have loved this game very much. And I don't know. I don't know what to expect. I'm expecting... I don't know. I'm dreading saying goodbye. Actually, I'm not happy about any of this.
Yeah.
But I'm playing Petra Sinis, and I don't mean to sound unhappy about the game. I love the game, and I am happy to be here. Playing Petra Sinis, Ashen Forge Sentinel with a large axe and a mysterious affinity for machinery, which I suspect may get explained in this episode.
That may very well be the case. Although, did you say axe? You mean your large hammer?
Right? No, a hammer.
I was going to say, I was like, wow, suddenly Petra's,
No.
For the first time the whole campaign, it turns into an axe. Like, oh, wow. Yeah.
Cool.
A transforming axe. No, it's, I am very excited to see it. And yes, that affinity will indeed be, we will see. Well, it seems likely that it will be explained. Always a pleasure to have Kat with us, and looking forward to seeing what happens with Petra tonight. I am also looking forward, of course, to seeing what happens with one Mr. Sleepwell, thanks to the amazing work of Carlos Hernandez. Carlos, my friend, it is good to see you. Welcome. I hope all is okay with you. Carlos, of course, you will see here on Sunday night because of a special event that Carlos has been kind enough to coordinate with fellow Rick Riordan authors. So I'm very excited about that. Feast of the Title King with Will Sobel GMing, as I mentioned before. But before all that, we have Esper Genesis tonight. So I'm curious, again, Carlos, same question to you. What are you most excited for / dreading or nervous about regarding tonight's session, and who are you playing?
I mean, this is the end, right? So, I don't know if you do this when you get to the end of a book, but sometimes I am so excited and eager about the end that I read it so fast and then I have to go back and slow down and kind of go back and reread things because I'm just so into the end and I just feel the rush of it. And so like this is now. We are there at that moment. And luckily there are other people who will be keeping the pace of the story so that I'm not, bolting to the end and, forgetting who I am and stuff like that. So very excited about that. I will say it is with some trepidation that the opening moments of this game will begin for me as Cosmoritis inserts himself into an alien suit, and I mean, Kaz is my bud. Like I don't know what's gonna happen. This was so unexpected. We're in a beehive. It's Starship Troopers. We think we're gonna go exploding, and all of a sudden, church. So,
It's true.
Warship.
So
Suddenly, church.
and also like alien Star Boy church. So like all bets are off. I'm a little nervous for Kaz. So we'll see. Tonight, for the last time, for the foreseeable future, I am playing Ludicus Sleepwell ni Jobiteo Fangsink, the Valna who changed his name after he felt betrayed by his family and adopted the name of his healer mentor and left his planet in search of something better than the life he had.
Yeah, and we're going to get a chance to see how that arc closes as we'll talk about tonight. But before we go any further, first of all, thank you, Carlos, again for being a part of this, and very excited to see how things happen with Sleepwell this evening. Also, I want to acknowledge that we got a donation of $10 from Amanda Gedden. So thank you, Amanda Gedden, for contributing again. We are up to $120. Let us keep that going. And you'll notice there's a giveaway in chat. So please type in if you want to be a part of that giveaway. Take these giveaways. These codes have been given out by our sponsors, and we've got enough of them to bring us over the goal. So let's keep at it, and thank you so much for the support so far. Thank you to Carlos, and last but certainly not least, the person who I can't even speak 3 seconds before we get another donation, and that comes to, oh my God, that was a big one. And I see why. Well, it is my great honor to announce that Right Teach Play, also known as Carlos Hernandez, has contributed $250 to the cause. That is incredibly generous. Thank you. And we are now at 370. This is mostly because Carlos wants to make sure that this team is the victor in the end. I mean, that's the real focal point of
this is how my character lives, dude. You didn't check your Zoom.
You can't. Yeah. But, will you not kill me if I give how much to avoid death?
Yeah, this is like infinite inspiration.
No, seriously, thank you so much, Carlos. It's very generous, and we are up to 370, folks. 370 out of 4,000. That is amazing. Great work, folks. We are. Let me see if my math is correct. That means we're $130 away from being an eighth of the way to our goal, I believe. So I believe that's where we are, and we haven't even gotten through character introductions yet. So thank you, Carlos, so much. Zach, you of course you're the one in the suit, as we're going to talk about tonight. But it's also been quite a journey for you, and I'm curious about what you think is likely to happen throughout the course of the event tonight, but not before I announce that Arudinel has contributed another $20, bringing us up to $390. Thank you, Arudinel. Good to see you, man. Thank you so much for that generosity. So, Zach, how are you feeling about tonight? What are your trepidations / the things that you're most excited for about what might happen in the evening tonight, and who are you playing?
I'll do this a bit in reverse order. I am playing Cosmoritis, the Bellare hunter / specialist, perhaps for the last time. And I am most excited and trepidatious for the fact that as a Bellare, I have exited my suit, my little protective shell, and am now donning a new one, like a hermit crab looking for a new home. And hopefully it doesn't consume my entire soul in the process. So I'm just curious about what the heck is going to happen, and I'm here for the ride. As my friends sit in the pews.
Yeah, the pews thing was such a that was a big deal, and it was, as we'll talk about in the recap. That was wild to be able to see, and it was really great because it sets us up beautifully for tonight as we go through. So I'm just gonna move something here quickly. See if that makes a difference. Okay, change. We'll see if that matters. to getting that more visible. Rudinell, I do want to say, said in the comment that he arrived with sleep well, so here's a few bucks for the road. It's going to be a bittersweet goodbye, and it's been a long, crazy road. So I think I agree, and I feel the same. I feel the same way, Rudinell. So, all right. With that said, what say we talk a little bit about what happened in our last session? The party has found its way to the planet of Illustria. And I'm going to fire up Weirder Things, which has been my favorite play tune of our time here. The party has made its way to Illustria, which is a planet that is somewhere in the uncharted reaches of the galaxy, reachable only because they used the hyperlinked Hyperlance with Alfred that they had managed to bring back to existence, managed to remove the long winter as a threat, and managed to make it so that Alfred could do what it was originally designed to do, which was to link with all the other Alfreds and, using their combined neural power, guide the Hyperlance to this mysterious area of the galaxy. Illustria was a planet that the party had been given some information about, the crew had been given some information about by Abraxas and Aricia Angel, that there was something here that could bring down the Shadow Technocracy once and for all, and would end the threat of the Shadow Technocracy in the Silrain Arc. The party came here and found, perhaps not immediately, Abraxas and Aricia. What they did find was a planet under siege by creatures called Zamarans, who had basically eliminated the people in this world, the Illustrians, who actually were a lot of Ballare, a lot of Volna and Ashenforged and Matakai and things like that, and Kesh, many people that were familiar to the crew, but none of whom responded to those names. They all called themselves Illustrian and worshipped the Mother. But they had all been driven down to this one remaining place, this Illustrian base called Aftermath, where the party found itself. After managing to gather some information, first of all avoiding a Zamaran attack, and then gathering some information, the party decided that what they were sitting on top of was this massive deposit of Sorium, even though it was something which the crew, the Illustrians, called Feldalar. They went to the factory to recover some of this stuff, knowing that they would need it against the Zamarin. After a pretty hairy series of events and some unfortunate encounters with slugs, they managed to get the Feldalar out, retrofitted a freighter, which they then used to go over and essentially drop a couple of Sorium bombs, if you will, into the heart of this hive that had been constructed by the Zamarin, right on top of the holiest place for the worship of the Mother. They destroyed one of the queens, maybe all of the queens, but they destroyed what they thought was the queen, and a bunch of other Zamarin creatures. That gave them enough chance to get into the middle of the hive, although when they got there, they lost their pilot, they crash landed, it was kind of a whole thing. And in our last session, they made their way from the crash site through the hive, solving a logic puzzle on the way, which was odd for them, until they managed to reach the inner hive. And as I jump over to the map, you'll see that that's where we are now, the inner hive, which has a bunch of this sort of goopy, honey-like substance on the floors. There are sticky trails and webs everywhere around the pews of this place, which is obviously some kind of sanctuary or church. And this group that we see here of Zamarin were there guarding this suit of armor. It turned out to be, as was discovered eventually by Kaz, a suit of ancient Ballare armor, but it was clearly modified because in the center of it was this glowing blue stone, and in fact I have a picture of it, which I will bring up now on stream. It is this armor that you can see right here. That central blue gem or stone, whatever it is, was indeed apparently the Luminant, the thing that the party had come originally that was so important for them, and that suit was this thing that apparently was containing it. They discussed what to do, and eventually they decided that they would go forward, and Kaz made the decision that he would leave his old suit behind, leave as the form of energy, which he is in reality, and travel over to the armor, which he would then inhabit and take over. They thought long and hard about this. They said their goodbyes, such as they were, but Kaz felt like this was something that he needed to do. Came over, and while they were being watched, by the way, by these Zamarin creatures, and while they did this, Aramis and the rest of the party waited at the pews, either sitting down or leaning against them, looking at what Kaz was doing. And as we ended our last session, Kaz had occupied the armor. He felt himself sort of extending, not only his hands extending into the gloves, so to speak, the energy hands, if you will, the energy extending into the fingers of the gloves, the energy extending into the toes of the boots, but also his consciousness too, extending over what felt like parsecs and then great distances, galaxies themselves, as he seemed to grow much larger than even what the suit would be able to contain. At least that was the mental feeling that he had. And as this happened, and as he took this thing over, the Zamarin creatures were released. It seemed as if from a string, and they sort of were buzzing. And so as we pick the things back up, I want to begin here with Kaz. Because Kaz, as you are in this suit, you have this very odd experience where the room around you feels, at least for a moment, to seem strange. And then as you look around, you can see why it's strange. This room, in fact, is the same room, unquestionably. It's definitely the same room with the pews. But your friends and the Zamarin and the goop on the walls and everything is gone. You are looking at what appears to be an empty room for just a moment before walking in the door from this backside over here. Walking in from that back door, or that side door, I guess, you see someone dressed in white. They have their hands clasped together as if in prayer, and they are walking in the door with their head bowed. They seem to be murmuring to themselves, and they walk forward a few steps and then turn, and still head down, they are slowly walking towards you as you stand on the altar. But there is no one else in the room.
If I look down at myself, can I see myself in the armor?
You do.
Can I move my hand and arm?
You can.
Does it, other than this like feeling of absolute everything everywhere all at once,
Exactly.
do I have any other feelings? Is there any uncomfortability?
There is no discomfort. The only thing you might say is that it's a little disorienting. And also, you have this experience, Kaz, of feeling like you are... you're still Kaz, clearly. This is not an experience of feeling like you're sharing this with anyone else. But your consciousness seems considerably more expanded. You're Kaz for sure, but you are suddenly aware of other worlds and planets and other places beyond just this one. So it's not like you're still able to function completely and all that, and you haven't forgotten anything about you specifically, but you feel much greater.
I wait for this figure to reach me, if that's what it's doing as it walks.
So the figure sort of comes up again, sort of whispering, and now you've moved your arms and legs, but otherwise you're just standing right in place.
Yeah.
Like you haven't. Okay. So the person kind of moves up and then sort of kneels down. They still haven't looked up, and they kind of, davening, I guess, sort of, rocking back and forth a little bit and chanting. And then as they put their hood back, you can see what looks to be it seems to be probably a Promethean, or at least so it seems, with fiery red hair. And the Promethean is there and then kind of stands up and looks directly at you. Now she's looking at you and is sort of there, and then bows low and says, and the mother has sent you. The mother has sent you in her glory. And then bows again.
Hello.
Now, when you say hello, she's like, she like kind of falls back a step and what, and kind of like staggers back onto one knee. And,
Does she look at all familiar?
no, not in the least.
I say, what is your name?
I'm Aurelia. Aurelia is my name, but why? How do you speak? What is speaking?
Can you see me?
I see the suit and the luminant.
I take a step. Like, is there a? Am I sort of like elevated now on the altar? And
Yeah,
I
you can actually see even on the
step
map.
down?
It's the same thing. Yeah, you're like 5 feet up. You know, or well, not
Yeah,
even
okay.
like two feet up. So yeah, you
Yeah.
could just step down one.
I'll take a step down the altar.
Okay. So yeah, I should. I guess I won't give you control of this just yet. But I mean, this is you. I'm just doing what you're
Oh
saying.
yeah, there you go.
Because it's you, right?
Yep.
I'm gonna move you aside just for a moment so as to avoid confusion.
Sure. Whoops.
So you step down and she like and is sort of like backing up and then like is and whispering constantly under her breath. So, protect us from his mother and guard and protect. And it's sort of like has a hand half up and her eyes are wide in some combination of fear and awe. Kaz.
I am not here to hurt you. Do you know anything about Zamarins?
Zamarins? What do you mean?
Are they here? Have
Here
they
in-
attacked?
The mother's heart? The only that are here in the mother's heart are those who are all of us, the believers, the Illustrians. What are these Zamarin you refer to?
Are you alone?
Well, no. Back there are more supplicants. We are on rotations. We come in and pray and... But are you an alien? How are you speaking to me?
I do not know what I am yet. And I walk forward and go to walk past her to try to find...
She like rolls like
Yeah.
like over to avoid you, right? And she's just like, okay. And you walk in that direction. You can, you know what? I'll give you control of this for the moment.
Okay.
Let's see. This one, and that goes to that. And controlled by Zach. There we go. Okay, you got it now.
Yeah, I'm going to walk all the way over here.
Okay.
I'm going to try to find these other supplicants. As I pass by, I glance at where I saw my friends only moments ago, you know, sitting or leaning on the pews.
Yep.
And see nothing.
You see nothing at all, but I want you to make a perception check for me, please.
Sure.
Maybe you did see something after I just said you saw nothing.
That's my strong suit.
And I'm coming to the rest of the party in just a moment, fear not.
Oof. I say as I get a 13.
Yeah. Yeah, you definitely don't see them. One thing, though, is that, as I mentioned, there is no trace of this goop or anything. And the room itself even feels cleaner and fresher somehow. The doors at the moment are closed, leading to that hallway.
As I kind of move to that hallway, I remember when we were all gathered in that hallway, and we were discussing all the things, you know, the possibilities of the future, but also, you know, Sleepwell was seeing possibilities of the future.
Yep.
And the wheels in Kaz's head start to turn. And Kaz walks out and is going to try to find other people or see who these supplicants are, what they look like.
Okay. Now, when you open the doors, as the doors are open, you see there are indeed several supplicants. One of them looks younger, maybe like a kind of a younger acolyte, you know, all dressed in these white cloaks and robes. And one of them, when they turn, they sort of have a smile and they're like, and like sort of like fall over. And the other one is just like, They call Aurelia, Sister Aurelia. and from behind you, Aurelia is like, yes, it's all right. It's all right. Just don't touch. Phoenicia, it is all right. It is all right. It's all right. What? And they're all like just babbling, like they're just absolutely like eyes like saucers, right?
And these just look like normal people that were in the Aftermath base. I would see maybe.
They do not look like anyone that you saw exactly from Aftermath base, but they are of different cultures within the Silrain arc again. So one of these is a Kesh, and the other one might be a Dendusi, if you had to guess.
And
so
no insectoid Zamarins anywhere.
None
of them in robes praying as well.
Hello. No, there are no Zamarins.
Okay.
Praying. Now, before I continue with you, I need to let everyone else know what they just saw.
Sure.
Because what you all saw was entering the sort of suit. You saw Kaz's suit sort of go dark and cold, and then enter the other suit. You saw the arms kind of stretch out, and the hands flex, the fingers flex on the edges of the hands, and then all of a sudden, quite suddenly, you see the suit, apparently occupied by Kaz, step forward, and then step forward again, and then start walking past you. And if you folks know, I think you were all at the pews, so I actually think you're just sort of there. I'm just doing this for a moment. I'm not ordering where you can go, but I'm just saying, I think you were off to the side, because so he just walks down the center. The suit just walks down the center, not looking at or responding to any of you as he goes.
Yeah, so immediately I kind of look at the others, and I start keeping pace with them. It's like, hey, Kaz, how you doing? Where you going?
Absolutely no response. Kaz, you don't hear that at all. And the Zamarin, by the way, creatures look very agitated, but they still haven't attacked. They are, as I said, released, kind of like buzzing, hovering around, but they're acting oddly, Sleepwell, like they're just as sort of terrified by the movement of the suit as everyone else is. So they're just kind of like, backing up basically to the walls of the room, but they are still buzzing and kind of staring at the party, but also at the suit. And no reaction at all from the suit.
Yeah, I'm just going to kind of keep pace and just keep a steady, annoying dialogue with the unresponsive Kaz.
Petra and Aramis, how about you?
Can Aramis get a perception roll in?
Sure. What are you trying to perceive?
And what I'm trying to figure out is if the Zamarins see anything, like they're paying attention. So they're paying attention to us. They're paying attention to the suit. Are they paying attention to anything else? What else about their behavior is odd, other than the fact that they're not attacking us? Is basically what I'm looking for.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, give me 1 second. Let me jump into it. All right.
Actually, you know what? I'm going to have you make an insight check for me, please, rather than perception.
Sure. I can do that. Although I don't think I'm as good at those, but we'll try it anyways. For the lulz. All right, how about a 22? I'll take that.
Hey, that's not too bad. Their gaze, I mean, their strange insectoid faces. It's not like looking at, a more traditional humanoid face. But even so, you can see their heads occasionally kind of swivel over to you and the rest of your crew. But they are mostly, their attention is almost, their bodies even shift in the direction of the suit that is moving. They seem most intrigued by the suit.
But they're not making any moves towards it at all. There's nothing that's other than observation going on about them for the suit.
Yes, there is almost a combination of fear. You do see them occasionally, like this one here kind of like flies forward a few feet, but then kind of like backs up a little bit, then flies forward again. And there's a lot of uncertainty. The impression that you get is creatures that are both drawn to and terrified by this.
All right, one final question.
Sure.
And then I want to interact with the rest of the group. Is it so you say fear and awe? Is there a reverence for, is there anything in their body language that contributes to the idea that they might have reverence specifically for the suit?
As close as you could get would probably be awe. It's hard to know beyond that, I think.
Okay.
Yeah, for sure.
And Aramis will turn to Petra and say, they're afraid of that thing. I don't know why they were guarding it, but they're afraid of it. But they're also, I don't get it. We need to be careful. Whatever's going on with Kaz in that suit, we need to be careful. The danger is still not over.
I think you're absolutely right. And Petra is going to try to draw on that ineffable sense that has allowed her to connect to machines before.
Mm-hmm.
And this time she's trying to just sort of treat everything around her as though it were a huge machine and trying to kind of get into the groove with it and see if she can align herself.
Okay. Let me see. Trying to think if that's a check. Is there a particular thing that you're trying to interact with in the room, Petra, or are you kind of like, I don't know, kind of broadly, the type of thing?
She's trying to interact with basically with the space itself.
Okay.
Like this whole big room.
Yes. Okay.
If that makes sense.
Sure. So let me have you make. I'm gonna have you make a wisdom check for me. No, insight. I'm gonna say insight again. Insight check again, but you can do this, I think, at +2, please.
Okay.
Excuse me.
Well, that brings it to a 12.
There is this absolute sense of, as you felt since you've been here, this sense of enormous sort of power thrumming right below your feet almost. I don't want that to be taken literally. You don't hear the hum, but it feels as if you're almost just like a little bit of static electricity, right? That's around you. But you don't get any sense of kind of an artificial consciousness if you reach out, just in sort of general here.
Okay.
So there's not that. There is, however, a very clear sense that whatever powers you possess have been, at least who knows for how long this will be, but have been increased enormously at the moment.
I will say to Aramis and Sleepwell, be aware that if you're going to use Esper powers here, I think they're going to be greater than you expect.
All right. And you and Aramis both are going to gradually follow, along. Okay.
I am, yeah.
Okay. So you are going to gradually follow. Sleepwell, you're right behind, or roughly keeping pace, you said. Kaz, let's go back to you for a moment then. As you enter this hallway, as I said, there are these other supplicants in front of you. What do? You are still in this hallway, and you can see, by the way, in the hallway that there are these, on either side of the hallway, these grand tapestries, really beautiful and brightly colored in reds and blues and royal greens, in which there are, it looks like cunningly woven into the tapestry is what looks like the nebula. In fact, very much the nebula that was above the planet of Illustria that you remember seeing. But these tapestries, Kaz, there were no tapestries when you came down this hallway the first time.
Kaz will pause and look in the space where we had all just been in the hallway discussing all this, and looks around the cathedral, which looks vastly different than it was before.
Yep.
And Kaz is going to try to, there's this great light and source of power in the center of the suit, right?
Yes. Yes.
Luminant. So Kaz thinks, and he's going to try to change something, or see if the suit has different functionalities, maybe.
Okay.
Or a way to perhaps because I think he's realized now, and he kind of looks around and eventually says, "This is the same place, but a different time." And he's going to try to, mostly remembering the experience that Sleepwell had, he's going to try to reach a different time somehow in the same place.
Specify a time for me in terms of like, are you trying to imagine the time where your friends are, like that date?
Yeah.
Or okay.
Mm-hmm. I'm going to try to return to the version of this place that my friends are still in.
I am going to ask you to make for me a wisdom check. We're going to start this at -2.
Okay. I normally have a +3, so that'll just be +1. 3.
You're like you remember them very clearly, but nothing changes around you at all. You are here in this time.
Okay. Do I kind of like direct my star energy kind of in the center mass, and I try somehow to interact with the luminant in any way, maybe like touch it, or I suppose internally I'll start, and then if nothing happens there, I'll actually like take my hand and like try to touch it on the suit.
Okay. When you do it internally, you have this strange sensation cause of I don't want to make this too visual, but the energy that you possess is sort of assume that it's a certain color for a moment, okay? Assume it's like a dark swirling orange or something.
Mm-hmm.
As your energy comes close to the glowing blueness of the luminant, you can see two things. First is obviously you're already close because you're occupying the suit. You can see that the blue is sort of infusing the inner edges of your orange energy with tints of blue. So it's sort of like a bluish orange.
Mm.
Moreover, you notice that it is very gradually and slowly. That was funny. Very gradually and slowly, and suddenly, boom, a donation. So I was like, very gradually, ta-da! I was like, yeah, that's not even more gradually.
Yeah.
I would like to thank, and again, if anyone wants to donate anonymously, please make sure that you are doing so anonymously, so I'm not calling out anyone who doesn't want to be called out. But this is a $25 donation from Nancy Bell. That brings us over
Awesome.
$3.90. So we are now to $4.15, if I did my math properly. So thank you so much for that. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Still have not totally fixed the visual yet on this, but I will get there. Okay. Thank you so much for that. 415 out of 4,000, which means another giveaway that we got going on too. Just call them out as anonymous. Well, right, if they do that. So far, I haven't had anyone who's actually listed themselves as anonymous, so I assume they're okay with me naming them. But, okay. So, when
I was touching the luminant.
you were touching the
turning
luminant,
me
thank you.
blue.
Yes, it's gradually making its way. Your orange is gradually, slowly being tinted by blue. In other words, it's spreading inwards. Now, I don't want to. You're feeling pain and you're losing control. Like I'm not right. It's not that. You don't feel like you're losing your identity. I'm just saying that it does feel as if this blue is gradually kind of infusing your energy with itself.
I will. Before, I mean, yeah, just Kaz is gonna try to go all in on this and see what happens when he turns totally blue. But before he does, he will turn to this Aurelia figure and will say, "I am only here, but briefly. Remember that the mother is not always above, but in all of us."
And they're all sort of like just kind of staring at each other. And at this point, several other supplicants have come to the other end of the hall, and they're all like whispering and like, and a couple of other, And they're like, there's a lot of scurrying about at the other end of the hallway.
I also say,
yeah.
And also, if you have a factory to harvest a certain material, make sure that no kids are in danger by exploring it.
So they all kind of blink like at you.
And I fully embrace the luminant and see what happens.
Describe that for me. So you basically are just like.
So I can sense and see that it's slowly tinting me blue.
Yes.
So if I can somehow alter that effect by making it happen more quickly, or to aid it and not if there's any level of resistance, I'll just try to fully see, it's time to become a member of the Blue Man Group. Let's do it.
Make a Constitution check for me, please.
I love that. Just nice little chuckle, and then make a Constitution check. Okay.
Constitution. It wasn't like an evil chuckle.
Yes, that's the perfect DM thing. All right. Check, not saving throw. Not that it matters, actually, based on my modifier. Natural 22.
So that's pretty good. You embrace the energy, and there is a moment where, as you embrace it, you feel this energy first like a great weight, and then like as if you were inside a box filled with magnets that were pulling your body to each side. So first you were weighed down by it, then you were pulled to the side by it, and there's a moment where you're just sort of like almost, and I would say you probably almost like fall to one knee, like almost, or almost feel that is, the need to do that. And for a moment, and as you do that and you kind of embrace this, everything around you for a moment seems to, I guess the best term would be wink out, like and for a moment, now are you looking down the hall or are you looking at the wall? What are you looking at, Kaz?
At the moment, I was looking down the hall and then seeing the supplicants there. And then I think actually, as I said those things and now I'm doing this, I would actually be standing here and facing the altar.
We're going to talk about that with the rest of the party in a minute. So as you do this, and there's a moment where there's a flash of you seeing Aramis sitting in or sort of standing up, I should say, and looking at you, and Petra, and maybe a Xamarin buzzing, and there is a lot of sort of goopy honey type stuff, and in front of you is the altar and the room as you were once in it for a moment, and then you're back in the room where you are now. And the feeling you have is that your perception is fluctuating between those worlds. Sometimes you see where you are now, sometimes you see in the past. And Sleepwell, as you're standing right next to him, what you see is Kaz sort of like, kind of sort of lurch about a little bit and then fall to one knee almost and then stand up. Kaz in the suit, I should say. And is just staring down now at the altar.
And did I see the color changes and stuff?
You did. Let me have you make a perception check for me. Let's find out.
Absolutely. The hell is my perception? Like I should have this so memorized.
That's a good sign.
Yeah. No, it's quite good. But yeah. Getting there. And kablam! That's pretty good.
Yeah. Yes, I think so. You see the blue brighten, and for a moment, I would say with that perception, you could see that there's a slight tinge of orange that kind of flows through it, as if you were looking at a liquid Sleepwell and you were like swirling a glass, and orange kind of swirls in the blue for a minute and then disappears again, and then the blue brightens again.
Does the orange remind me of past Kaz?
Yes, 100%, because you actually saw his energy depart the suit, hit the old suit, and go into this new suit, and that is the color it looked like. Yes.
And so I'm just gonna put a hand on him, and I'm gonna say, Kaz, you're in there. I think you need to just take hold a little bit, exert your will and take hold.
So, Kaz, you hear, Kaz, you're in there. I think you need to just, like, exert your will and take hold. And basically just what Sleepwell said, but it's coming from a great distance. And as you look down, you see nothing on your arm, and then you see what clearly is a furry Sleepwell hand, and then nothing again. Just bzz, 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 bzz type of thing.
I will lightly raise my armored gauntlet and
smash him into the rope. No, I was just kidding.
Roll initiative.
Damn it.
I will. Yeah, we've been planning this for 77 episodes. I will lightly place my hand on Sleepwell's hand on my arm, and I will look up at where I would see maybe Sleepwell's face and try to usher myself, you know, as I'm kind of split between these two places, I would try to usher myself and control this feeling maybe into the place where they are, maybe by pulling Sleepwell in for a hug. Like maybe the motion of like grabbing him and pulling him towards me will then pull me into that place. Maybe.
Make a Constitution check, but do it at advantage.
Cool.
Because friendship is magic.
Because friendship is
Friendship
magic.
is rare.
Ooh, that's about as good as it's gonna get, honestly. Yeah, that's a 21.
Yeah, so Sleepwell, Kaz, the suit anyway, suddenly embraces you. And Petra, you and Aramis see as Sleepwell is embraced by Kaz. And Kaz, the buzzing continues to happen. But you now have the strange experience of feeling as if you are looking at two rooms overlaid on top of each other. There is the room of your friends. You see Petra, you see Aramis, you see Kaz, you see the Zariman buzzing and watching. You see the honey goop stuff. And it's all overlaid on top of this pristine, clean room in which you are still being looked at with terror and awe by a group of white-robed supplicants.
I say, can you hear me?
And you hear that, Sleepwell.
I do hear that. Yeah, I got you. I got you, Kaz. What's going on?
Oh, everything. I think I'm experiencing what you were experiencing, Sleepwell. The multiple places, not places, but times in the same place. I see all of you where you are and where we were. And I also see this place pristine, undisturbed. There are worshippers that are looking at me like I'm the strangest thing they've ever seen.
You can see worshippers? Can you talk to them?
Yes.
And the worshippers are like as you're talking to apparently no one, they're just like whispering like to each other, like, what should we do?
See if the worshippers can tell you where the suit came from. That might tell you how to use it.
Do I find myself mostly in the reality of my friends again?
I wouldn't say that. I would say that, and also from the way that Sleepwell described it to you, it certainly reminds you a little bit of what Sleepwell described he was going through, but what Sleepwell saw was parallel, right? Like parallel events happening at the same time that could all be true. You feel like you're watching like black and white overlaid on color, or like sepia toned, like a filter, and the filter right now is your friends. The, in quotes, reality is the time in which you, or whatever the place, whatever that you found yourself in with the worshippers.
Oh, so I get the impression that I am truly with the worshippers and that I'm only, somewhat connected with
maybe, but
time.
Yes, but you can clearly interact with and see that other filtered world with your friends, though.
Okay.
So
I turn to the worshippers and I say, forgive my confusing words. Tell me, do you know what I am to you?
And they're, and then I believe I called her Aurencia.
Aurelia.
Sorry, Aurelia. I'm going to make my own note. But Aurelia says, you are the luminant, the promise from the mother to us, her supplicants. You are the link, the path.
To what?
And she pauses and sort of looks at the others, and they all sort of look back at her, and she sort of looks back at you and says, everything?
And then I turn away from them and I look at the Zamarins, if I can see them through this strange
You can.
filtered vision.
Yes, and they look, as I said, quite agitated. Like they're kind of like, you get the same feeling that your friends did when they saw them, Kaz. Like they look like they're sort of kind of coming to attack, but then they're like really freaked out and back up. They're like, bzzz, type of thing.
I look at Sleepwell then and the others and I say, this to them is sort of their idol. And maybe it's theirs too. I look at the Zamarin and I was kneeling and I stand again.
So you stand, the Zamarin kind of go like this, and when the worshippers in the other time or the other place hear you say that, because they obviously can hear everything you're saying, they say, no, not an idol. And one of the other supplicants says, a young Kesh says, no, you're not an idol. You are the link, the place, the path. You are what make it possible for us. We have built this for you. You are the path to the mother. We built this place for you. And the other supplicants nod at each other.
Let me try something. And I will slowly approach the Zamarin that's closest to me.
Okay, the flying one. So as you do that, the Zamarin is like, bzz, bzz, like kind of backs up to the wall, bzz, to the wall as well. These ones kind of back up as well. They are very much like kind of, sort of like, like going near a bee or a wasp, near a nest or something. Very.
I will. Do the Zamarins have arms?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
They mandibles and pincers.
Okay, but okay, sure.
They have pincers that allows them to grasp a gun, for example. So
yeah, I will hold out my arm widely outstretched, as if perhaps my friends would recognize for a handshake, but who knows if they will.
And this creature sort of like, bzz, 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 and it sort of backs itself up to the wall, and then it kind of holds up its gun sort of threateningly, but the feeling you get is it's kind of like, don't come any closer, type of thing, more than just like, all right, that's it. It's much more like almost sort of, if it had hands, it would be holding them up this way.
I turn to the others and I say, I am stuck in 2 times with 2 groups that are fixated on what I am. I don't know what I should do.
What did they say when you said those things to me? Like when you talked to them?
They said that I am the path and the link to the mother and to everything.
Oh, so they're being really like religious and vague. Ugh.
Yes.
Okay. Well, get just like really practical with them. Just tell them, hey, I'm a new god. I just came to consciousness, and like maybe you should just like explain it like I'm 5. Like what do I do now that I'm your god?
I look at Petra and Aramis.
I'm gonna miss Sleepwell so much.
I think we can
Do
actually.
you feel like you're equally in both times, or does one feel like it has a stronger pull?
At the moment, it feels a bit like the place that all of you are in is simply overlaid over where this other place is. But I can still see both.
What if we tried leaving this place?
Those Zamarin, I have the feeling they might attack me if I do. I try to speak quietly enough so that the worshippers don't hear me.
Okay.
The worshippers' way, speaking pig Latin, so they're just like, oh.
Odd gay.
Yes.
What is it like
Yeah.
Someone say "Eschew gay" or "God a."
I shake
Do
my
they
head.
want you to do something?
No, they just seem surprised that I'm even alive. I've been inert. I turn to the worshippers and I say, I am a manifestation of the link. I am the path, as you say.
They all nod. They seem to be on better ground here.
What is it that you are most thankful for from the mother? What does she do for you?
And they sort of pause and look at each other, and then Aurelia says, "The mother, when we awakened, many, many cycles ago, it was the mother that we first saw in the sky. It was she who provided us with food and water and things to build shelter. And it was this that we found. This, the luminant." And she kind of like gestures at at your suit, but sort of gesturing towards the center of the suit from what you can tell. And she says, "It is this that gives all of Illustria life. All of us are kept here safe because of it. And we built the sanctuary here, the heart of the mother, around this place to protect her path, her link, and to worship her and thank her for what she has done for us. We are prosperous, and we are home, thanks to her, and you are the link."
I understand. Do you know what, as Kaz starts to remember what he can about this thing, do you know what a Siphios is?
And they kind of blink. And they look at each other. "No, we do not know. What is a Siphios? Is it like a Zamarin?"
Hopefully not. I turn back to the others and sort of whisper, I don't know. It seems like we're at a standstill here.
They just don't have any clue, like, what the suit is, or where it came from, or what the blue thing in the middle is, or anything?
It's the luminant. It is the path to their mother, who is the bestower of all things.
It's the path.
Yes.
I mean, have you tried to, like, activating it, like exerting your will,
Right.
like to like do stuff, you know?
I can try more.
Yeah, like can you like, I don't know, just maybe the suit gives you cool new powers.
It seems already to have, although it's a bit odd.
Okay, so didn't the followers of the mother before explain to us that they had experienced meeting her? Am I remembering that right?
I don't remember.
I don't remember them either saying that.
Yeah, not directly. Meeting some like what?
So there was so
coming,
they just made
coming to them in some way.
right, but there was some reference of having a more holy experience, some sort of vision or something.
Yes. No, they have had visions before. Yes. In particular, the priestess who, I need to remember the priestess's name, who came and
I
spoke
think it was
to you.
Laura.
Say again.
Laura, Lara.
Yes, that's right, Laura. That Laura was Laura had told you about the idea that that there was a prophet, and that all that remained of the prophet was the vessel which they call the Luminant.
Oh.
And they believe that the mother was the nebula, or the nebula was the mother. You know, that like all that. Hi, Coven. Hi, Turbo.
So if you're the embodiment of the prophet, maybe it's time you start.
Preaching.
Right.
I'm just worried about our reality, where we come from.
Yeah,
don't-
that's the part I'm worried about with the Zamorans that might attack us. I know that's the only reality I can see, and so therefore it's the one I'm more concerned with. But it also seems to me the Zamorans are more of a danger than not hypothetical, but worshippers that sort of think you're God and are probably not going to object to you doing things.
I'm not thinking about being a god so much as trying to find a way for the Zamorans and the others to live in peace.
I agree.
So be a prophet, be a steward, be someone, be a giver, be somebody who actually preaches humility versus the conflict that has been going on.
I say to the worshippers, so has Illustria been in a state of peace in all your history?
Yeah, yes. When we were brought here, when the prophet brought us here, we were here together, woke together, and since we have lived together in peace on this planet, it is our home. There are some who fight sometimes, but those fights do not last, and they are easily resolved with the help of others. None have attacked us. We are in paradise.
Have you been visited before by other strangers from outside?
And
I
they
look
all
up
kind of
the
look
sky.
at each other and this is Illustria is all.
I'll turn to the Zamorin and I will say, can you understand me?
It's kind of like very.
I will go back to the Luminant and I want to access it even further, either I'll start by trying to find a way to communicate to the Zamorin somehow. I have no idea if I can do that, but I'm gonna.
Let's have you make an intelligence check, please.
All right. 2 is my number of the night, so 3.
You're like,
Yeah.
Well, that
Okay.
light is definitely kind of bluish orange.
Yep.
Bluish. Yeah. Yeah, you don't have any way, idea as to how you would go about doing that.
All right. I'll turn to everyone and I'll say, well, I see we have 2 options. Either I try to leave. We have 3 options. I try to leave and you all can follow, and whatever the Zamarin do, they do. I could approach them and try to get them to accept what I am. Or I could return to my other suit.
Oh,
But it seems I am stuck. I don't want to look. I want to learn more about this other place that I find myself in, but not if it endangers all of you.
I'm not sensing a lot of danger. Like,
Well, I point at the Zamarin that's flying, that's holding its gun out in fear and awe.
well, but it fears you and it's not shooting. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like there's something different going on here, and like, just don't know very much about the Zamarin. Like, why are they attacking? And we've got no conversation from them. We've got no communication from them. There's no way to talk to them. I'm just wondering if what's supposed to happen here is that you're supposed to warn the past about the future that's coming, and maybe there's some way of having them prevent this from happening.
oh, I like that.
Wait a minute. Can you talk to the Zamarin?
I've tried. They don't understand me.
Or they're not responding. Maybe they do and don't just, they don't want to, but what if we could tell them what awaits them? What if you could show them this room somehow, and you could tell them that this invasion is coming and they could plan for it differently, and maybe that will make a difference in time.
I will turn to the worshippers and I will I'll say I am, and then I cut myself short and turn back and say, but do we want to do that? Should we tell them, warn them? What will that change? Then we would never have come here, maybe. Or on one hand, I want to tell them, oh, there might be more visitors, but if I tell them that, who knows if there ever will be, or that they'll be attacked. Do we want to change the past?
Well, we weren't coming here to fight the Zamarins. We were coming here looking for Sorium and solutions that...
Well, also looking for Abraxas. And
exactly. Whom we haven't found yet.
no trace of.
So, to me, it's like we're kind of in a dead-end situation. I think protecting these people seems like a good thing to do in the moment. And if they could stave off a Zamarin attack and not be utterly decimated to the point of almost inevitable destruction, that's got to be good, right?
Sure. I have an idea.
That seems right to me.
I turn to Aurelia and I say, who is your high priestess?
And Aurelia sort of, well, and she kind of pauses and looks around at everyone. We do not have one of us who leads. We rotate collectively. We are all part of the order that protects and serves. We here are equal, but I have been here perhaps the longest. The others would look to me as much of a leader as we have.
Is there anyone in your number named Laura?
And then she looks, and kind of the others look at each other. No. Is that a Siphios, maybe?
Maybe. How about a young kid named Spindle?
No.
Treveus?
And she kind of just shakes her head.
Revis Lament, leader of... Do you all have an army?
An army? And she kind of gives a small smile. Why would we need an army?
We can hear his side of things, and so
Yes.
you know, say like this might be generations before these people existed. You know.
Well,
If you wish, we could take you with us, and you could. And they kind of pause and look at each other as if like, frightened. And one of the other ones says, "You could see the outside of the heart." And one is like, "No, it is forbidden." And the other one's like, "Yes, but this has never happened." And they're sort of arguing with each other. And Aurelia's like, "They are speaking of what may be allowed. It is said the luminant must never leave mother's heart or be removed from it, but it says nothing about what if the luminant itself wishes to leave." She kind of looks at you with this sort of helpless expression.
I think that may be what I wish. I look back at the Zamarin and I turn to my friends too, and I say, let's see what happens if we go. It seems like the only way forward in this other place. And I step back over here.
Okay.
What do the Zamarin do?
The Zamarin kind of slowly kind of come forward, just kind of, not threateningly exactly, but just sort of moving sort of with a healthy distance between you and them.
Okay. And I look at my companions and I say, stay close.
Oh, yeah.
We're close.
And actually, I'll look back at my old shell, my old suit, and I will approach the altar again.
Okay.
To go up to my old suit.
Okay, you can do that. These ones
And
back off as you do.
I will grab myself, my old suit.
Okay.
And I will drape myself
over your shoulder.
my back. Yeah, and then with my arms over the shoulders, and I'll kind of like hold my arms at my chest so that I don't fall. And I will bring my suit with me.
Okay. All right, and you bring your suit with you to like here-ish, or were you
sure.
on the way out?
Yep.
Okay.
And I'll make sure that the group is following, and I say to the worshippers, take me out.
We will do so. And they sort of excitedly but also nervously kind of step alongside you. But as you step forward, Kaz, in the worshippers' world, and the rest of you, of course, see Kaz's suit do that in this world, suddenly you hear the sound of a laser rifle going off. And then there is a Zamarin body that falls forward in the hallway in front of you. Now, Kaz, you don't see that. Obviously, that's the people in your world, Sleepwell, Petra, and Aramis. And you hear, as you look down that way, you weren't planning on leaving, were you? There's much left to do. And I would have thought that at least someone among you would have been sensible enough to know. Isn't that right, Joby Tao? And as you look, you see the hideously transformed form of Greymac Fangsink. He is standing on the other side of the hallway, and he holds with him First of all, two things to note. You already know from the last time I described him that he looked sort of cybernetically enhanced, right? He's got, cables and wires and tubes, and very much, to jump out of game for a second, think Lucretius of Borg, right? Like very much in that regard.
Right.
But he is now, as you can see, much changed. He looks larger and much stronger than even the last time you saw him. His suit, his metallic parts of his body are glowing in blue, and dangling from his hands by ropes that have trussed them up. So it's like he's carrying packages almost.
Wow.
He has in one hand Aricia, and in the other hand Abraxas. And you can see that they are both badly beaten. They don't look dead exactly, but they look pretty badly hurt. And he tosses them down in front of him. And then he says, I am very grateful. We are very grateful that you have brought us to this. I see you have already learned, as I did, what the Luminant can do. Perhaps now that we are here, we can speak of how this must happen now going forward. We have so much time, so many times to speak about, don't we? Isn't that right, Tizora? And Tizora steps from behind him. Now she is not tied up, but she stands there. She looks like absolute hell, Petra. She looks like you can see that her hair is seems to have partially fallen out, and her skin is mottled, and she looks awful, but she's not tied up. She is standing next to him, and her head is low, and she kind of looks up at all of you. And when she sees you, Petra, you don't need an insight check to see that she winces as if in pain at seeing you, and then lowers her head again. Before we go on, welcome to day one of ArvCon 2022. This is the epic finale of Esper Genesis, Shadow of the Zephyr. I am joined as always by the incredible Johnny Pittman, Kat Rambo, Carlos Hernandez, and Zach Clay. And thanks to all of you, we have already reached 415 out of our $4,000 goal, but we got a long ways to go. So please continue to support our cause. We're here for the Damon Runyon Cancer Research Foundation. ! Donate will show you how to do it. You can link up to Tiltify that way. Remember that every $100 we have a new set of giveaways. The top three donators actually are going to get prizes. At the moment, the top donator is one Mr. Carlos Hernandez. So right now he's in the lead for that thing right above my head. But all of you can be a part of this, and I would love to have all of you jump on board. So please continue to contribute and let us fight in our world as much as they're fighting in the science fiction and fantastic world to end the scourge of cancer. And thank you all for being with us. Also, programming note to the players, we'll take a break in about 25 minutes. We'll be about the halfway point. So with that said, now I will jump back so you can see them. Now, also next to Tizora, I should say that behind them, Petra, and the whole crew actually, you can see that there are several other highly armored, what basically look like some cross between typical like special ops guards and cybernetically enhanced ones. Like think again, to jump out of game for a minute, Tron. Like there's just glowing blue light, very much glowing blue in the way the Luminant is, glowing blue around their suits, and they look to be considerable size. Fang Sink himself looks even taller than Kaz does, and his strength seems considerable, and he has two guards backing him up, and of course Tizora next to him and lying at his feet, the currently unconscious Abraxas and Aricia.
Sleep well. He just his head is shaking, and just sort of like, all right. So hey, Dad. I'm just wondering, is there like anything left of you, or are you mostly just like, beep boop, kill my son, boop beep, do evil monologues? Is that the thing now?
I am not a robot, Jobitao, or I would not know your name.
Robots know my name. I have a lot of robot friends who know my name.
I am not controlled by anything else. I have my own will. I don't beep and boop, as you put it.
What's up with your voice? You've got like 3 of them now. They're like layered on top of each other. I mean,
Yes, I like it. Because as I see myself right now, and you, I also see other futures. In one of them, I suspect, I see, perhaps it is Cosmeritis. And in another one, I see none of you at all, and just a group of dead corpses on the ground. I can see time all at once, just like you, Kaz. Have you discovered what the Luminant does? Do you understand what it means to have it? He has this terrible grin, which, mixed with his cybernetic portions, just sort of looks like it's matching the metal wires on his mouth.
Yeah, so inside, my character is absolutely dying. Like
I know.
Sleepwell, this is his absolute worst nightmare. Not only because, whatever affection he had, but, this is exactly the opposite of what his father lived for. He hated technology. Whatever has happened here, it's a thorough destruction of him one way or the other. And so, that's he's playing it off glibly, but also trying to buy time to make sure people can move up and do this. So he's continuing the dialogue. It's like, where did you find these two here? You've thrown them in front of us. Where did you find them?
And he smiles that terrible mechanical smile and says, "Well, that was easy. For you see, they came to us. All we needed to do was place a little breadcrumb, you might have called it. A breadcrumb that they followed. They traced it through space. Oh, Abraxas." And at this point, he kind of looks down at the Abraxas's body, just lying on the ground, and he says, "Abraxas was particularly clever. He thought that this was a way to end the shadow technocracy." As if the technocracy would be ended by someone like him. Someone who plays with wires and cables like a child. And then his eyes flicker up to you for a second, Sleepwell, and he says, "A child like you were once, playing with things you did not understand, Jobitao."
I'm playing with things? Dude, have you looked in a mirror? I mean, you are not the same person. You're definitely not my dad. Whatever monstrosity you've become, I'm going to have, zero problem absolutely dismantling. In a minute, I'm kind of curious, though, what you think the Luminant is.
You always had brave words, Jobitao. And he kind of smiles, and then for it takes almost a casual step forward with the sound of, and there's kind of a you hear almost like a metallic clicking as he does that, although it's not quite like a transformer, but you definitely can hear there's a metallic sound to his step as well. And he says, "We have sought the Luminant for some time."
Who's we? Like the whole shadow technocracy, or do you just speak in the plural now?
We are linked. Not something you would understand, since you are obsessed with individuality. But we are linked together, collectively, as a group. You should know something about that, though, because it is you who used your knowledge of networks, connections, that were kind enough to put together the, what do you call them, Alfreds, that brought you to this place. We appreciate that, by the way, because, thanks to your signature, we were able to follow you. Now that we have our own Alfreds. And he kind of smiles. And you can, at this point, hear Petra and Aramis, and I guess Sleepwell, like anybody who's not you, Kaz, because you don't, I think the sort of comm link is linked to your other suit, I believe. But the other 3 of you can hear this kind of, "Are you all down there? Hey!" It's definitely Rona trying to get through to the 3 of you anyway.
Rona, hello?
Yes. This, and she sounds very agitated, and she's just like, I don't know what the hell's going on down there, but there's more ships here. There's at least 10 of them up here, and there's no, I can't, I mean, I could go, and then there's a, and then, God, and she's like cursing.
Tell her to get out, Aramis. Tell her to leave us behind and get out. Rona, get out now.
I'm telling you, they've got me locked. I can't. Even if I go invisible, they've got me locked. They showed up out of nowhere. They just popped in, like they just appeared, like out of nowhere, and all of a sudden, Alfred on here is, he's fine, but the other Alfred's, he says that there's something wrong, and so she's kind of like talking back and forth, and then you hear, are you all down there? And this is the Alfred voice, or the Hyperlance / Alfred voice. Aramis and Petra, Kaz, sleep well.
We're here.
Yeah.
They're here. I mean, the others of us are here. They've come. There are at least 8 or 9 all around us, all in the ships, all linked. They can't take over, and they can't take over me, but if we move, they destroy us, and I don't, and he sounds sort of like, for the first time, very almost human, and then says, I am picking up on Rona's anxiety and your own. But we are in difficulty up here, I think it is fair to say. And as I completely forget his name for a second, and Grimac Fangsink sort of, again with a mechanical smile. Yes. So now that all of the rest of your breadcrumbs have arrived, we are here thanks to all of you. Once Abraxas and Aricia came following this signal, it was an easy matter to trap them and wait. You see, it was the easiest thing to predict, that all of you would want to destroy what was left of us, as if you thought that was possible. And so, just as we knew you would, you came and followed. You traveled like the heroes you are and came here, and now I have your friends, and I have... What are you, Tezora? A friend? Or just a freeloader who's betrayed your friend Petra again and again and again? Oh, Tezora was very helpful to us, Petra. She told us everything about what you were and who. And she even told us where you came from. And at this point, for the first time, Tezora kind of looks up and she says, You said you wouldn't say anything about that. Oh, she speaks, the betrayer. Well, you could tell your story yourself, or I could tell, if you wish. Petra's right there. Don't you want to tell her the truth, Tezora? Just once. Don't you want to tell her the truth? And Tezora sort of, and you can see that she's like trembling, and you don't know if it's from anger or sadness or what. And she says, Damn you. Predictably metaphysical. But no, I won't be damned. And we won't be damned today. Not by any of you. You have the ability to control time, but not as much as we do. And I have the ability to control your friends and kill them all with a thought, and the pathetic remnants of a once proud race that live on this planet, huddled in their base waiting to die. All of that, and the shadow technocracy gets what it's always wanted. The final combination of organic and synthetic. and of time, past, present, and future? Who needs organics when you can, from the beginning of time, infuse them with synthetics so that we all will last forever?
I want to make an insight check
Sure.
in all of that monologuing to
Yeah,
see
absolutely.
if there is anything that I can detect that is my dad still left.
Okay. Go ahead and make that insight check. And I'd give you a +1 on this, Sleepwell. It's a little hard because he is so different now, but
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
his laugh, by the way, though, strikes you as, although terribly distorted and twisted, vague. Like there's an element of it that feels like him.
So it's an 18?
There are times where you notice he hesitates on certain words. And if you concentrated, maybe you could tell what the words are. But when he referred to you and your friends, quote unquote, every time he refers to you, there's just a moment of like a breath in between, just a stopping point every so often.
Just gonna not move or make any aggressive gestures or anything, but I'm going to say, Gremek Fangsink, hero and wounded veteran of the Jungle Wars, husband to Tofinara Fangsink, also a hero of those worlds, father to Lamalkai Fangsink, who followed in your footsteps, to Saffron Fangsink, to Grile Fangsink. Do you remember Grile? She must be 11 now. Do you remember Grile? And I'm sort of like leaning forward and close.
And he kind of like looks at you very seriously, and there is little need to remember things that are no longer important. But I do remember them as I remember you, Jobitao. But they are not here. And you, my once and future son, are in front of me. Aramis, as you are sort of in the background looking up at the, at the sort of events that are taking place, you keep seeing something kind of moving in and out of view. So there's the main guy that we just talked about, this Gremek, right? There's Tezora standing next to him. There are the two bodies of Arisia and Abraxas in front of him on the ground. Behind him, there are the two kind of big cybernetically enhanced guard, types. But there's one other person or creature or something in the hallway behind him that you can't quite make out. And every time as you kind of like look left or right, they seem to be sort of making an effort to stay out of the way and not be seen. You don't know from whom though, like not seen by you, not seen by them, like you don't fully know.
Can I get a perception check?
Okay.
Yes, you can make a perception check.
And as I'm saying this, or as I'm doing this, are we still wearing our comms, like our in-ear comms?
Yeah, that's how you were able to pick up on what Rona was just and what Alfred was telling you. Yes.
Okay. And while,
but not Kaz though. Remember, Kaz does not have it, so it's just you, Petra, and Sleepo at the moment.
So as I'm trying to pay attention to the situation going on in the background, Aramis will say to Sleepwell, he seems obsessed with identity. He seems obsessed with the fact that you are his son, but right now you're actually not. You are Sleepwell. Maybe that's something to play with. And then I'll roll that perception check.
Okay.
Sorry, 1 second.
Go ahead, Petra.
Petra will step forward, holding her hammer loosely, not kind of menacingly,
Okay.
and say, Tesora, and wait to see if Tesora looks up to look her in the face.
She does look up, sort of trembling. You can see that her head is almost slightly tilted a little bit. But yeah, she looks at
I
you.
say, Tesora, what do I need to know?
What do you mean?
Tell me what I need to know.
You need to know that you can't fight them, Petra. No one can
Now
fight
tell
them.
me what I need to know
No
in
one
order
can
to
fight them.
Tesora.
No one can fight them. Petra, you don't want to know the rest. You're not going to want to know the rest. No one wants to know.
Just tell me.
And next to you, Grimax says, yes, tell her, Tesora. Tell her the truth you've hid for all these years. Or betray her again. And Tesora kind of like just, and this time it's very clear, like sort of looking up at him with just like trembling, hatred. But she also looks deeply kind of weak, and exhausted. Make a persuasion check for me, please, Petra. And I would remind everybody in chat, in addition to donating money for the Damon Running Cancer Research Foundation, that you can also still use inspirations. And inspirations could be a part of this mix. Of course, you have a whole series of things to do, I know, but...
I rolled a natural 20.
Well, never mind, because natural 20, so, forget what I said. That was just part of it. So she kind of, looks back and sort of, yep, Boom is right. Amanda Geddon, that's right. She takes a moment and she kind of glances around and sort of looks up at you and she kind of steps forward. And as she steps forward, you can see that not only her head, but really one part of her body is shifted down as if she's been... something terrible happened to her, although it's not clear what. And she says, my brother was Primus Miracle. And it's my fault that he's dead when he made you. And she kind of falls silent for a minute. Grimac behind her, big, metallic, mechanical grin. She falls silent for just a moment, Petra. You can encourage her or not. I mean, it's up to you, but she's...
Say, if you tell me, then you don't have to worry about it anymore, Tesora. Let's just get this over with.
You were a prototype. And there's a pause, you're just... And by the way, I should say, Kaz, the worshippers, Aurelia, in your other time is like, is there something wrong? Because you're just sort of standing there, kind of looking. You can respond in a minute, but back to Petra. And Tesora says, you were meant to be a new way. A new way forward. Yes, Grimac says. A new way forward. What a pity your brother was an incompetent and did not know how to finish what he had started. It's always those with doubts and uncertainties that cause the problems. Always them. And Tesora says, he meant the best. he found a way to, in creating Ashenforged, combine them with synthetic life. You are an Ashenforged and a synthetic life form, Petra. You're both. And when he made you, something went wrong. The system was... The AI was overloading. And you were going to be destroyed. And he had told me to program. And I miscalculated, and he shut the system down, and it overloaded, and he died, and you were all that was left. And I escaped with you, and I'm sorry. So sorry. I'm sorry. And she drops to one knee, and you hear what sounds like sobbing, and then... It's so touching and so stupid. Well,
Is this...
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Is this supposed to shatter me? Because it doesn't. I'm Petra. I am who I am. And Tesora, it's ridiculous for you to be carrying around so much guilt. You've said what you had to say, and I'm sorry that your brother died. And I'm sorry that I must remind you of him every time you look at me. But what's done is done, Tesora. What's done is done.
But I lied to you for years, and I betrayed you every time, and
you stuck me with a bunch of bar bills. I remember that well too.
And she kind
but
of like...
That's behind us now.
It's behind you. Here at the end of all things, you've decided to let bygones be bygones. Well, Ashenforged were never more than empty shells, were they? Aramis, you think now you've seen some more of what's behind the person. And it is someone who is, like the others, armored, but not as tall, and definitely not sort of glowing blue in the same way. And again, every time you sort of like look, it's almost as if he's, or they are trying to like, you know, duck left and right, like so as not to be seen.
What's the distance between myself and that particular person?
Take the hallway, 50 feet. Probably about 85, 90 feet. And several rows of people and creatures between you and them, unfortunately.
Yeah, hold on a second. Let's see if I can do this. I don't think I can. Aramis is just going to walk forward, ignoring everybody else in the situation, and just start walking towards the person.
Okay. Now, as you get closer, you can see Tesora kind of is like kind of looks up. She's kind of staggered back to her feet at this point, and Grimac is sort of looking at you balefully. And as you get closer, he says, "Halt. I have not spoken to you yet, empty shell. You will stand in one place or be annihilated."
then you're going to have to annihilate me because I don't believe you actually exist, and then you're not here. And Aramis is going to continue to move forward.
Okay. So when you get to right within them, there are two things that occur. The first is... Yo, go ahead, Kaz. Go ahead, Kaz. Yeah, you can do something too, Kaz. Like, if you want to, do something, you can. Anyone can if they want, I guess.
Yeah, seeing Aramis step forward like this, Kaz does not want to let him go up alone, and so also would follow after Aramis.
Okay, and in the other time, the worshippers hurry to catch up with you as you sort of stride forward. So and you kind of comes up behind you, and so you end up basically kind of taking in turns, and so Grimac, sort of his cybernetic eye narrows, and he holds up a hand, and as he does so, the guards, you hear as the laser rifles kind of power up behind him, as Aramis moves forward, and then you see behind Aramis, just for a moment, as you're closing in, you catch a glimpse of the face of the person who's been trying to avoid you. And when you see him, he looks at you, and he's holding a gun. He's dressed like the guards. But in a very un-shadow technocratic maneuver, he puts a finger to his lips. And you'll be damned if you're not looking at Medici. And with that, we're going to go on break. You have been watching so far, everyone, day one of ArvCon 2022 and the finale of Esper Genesis Aftermath, Shadow of the Zephyr. If you like what you see and hear, please make sure tonight to support the Damon Runyon Cancer Research Foundation. We're up to 415. Let's get up to 500, folks. Let's hit this off with a bang. We are going to take about a 10:37. So yeah, a 5 to 8 minute break. Let's say. Let's be back here at 10:45, I guess, Eastern. And thank you to Johnny, to Kat, to Carlos, and to Zach for being amazing players. We will be right back to you, folks. Until then, please hold tight. And I'm going to take a minute just while they're gone to remind all of you that we are here, as I said, with Esper Genesis, and this is the conclusion of this campaign, and we're wrapping up a lot of loose ends, as you might be able to tell. But in the meantime, you should check out that right there. We are sitting at 415 out of 4,000. Again, exclamation point donate. Remember, for every $100 that we hit, we are going to do a giveaway. Our goal is 4,000. We hit last year 7,000, so we'd love to break this goal and keep on rolling. So please support our cause. If you hit donate, you'll see a link that will bring you right to the Tiltify page. There is a donate link right on that page that will allow you to do this via PayPal if you like, which is fairly convenient for most folks, whether you're here or elsewhere. Please drop some contributions. Let's keep things going, and thank you all for being here. I will be back with all of you and with these wonderful players in just about 5 minutes. Until then, everyone, hold tight, enjoy the music, and let's continue to raise money for Damon Runyon. Thanks for being here. Okay. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back as we move back into the shadows of time and space, so to speak. It is going to be something... Oh, no, Triffid. Oh, no, multitasking. My God, the basement. I know that feel. I hope it stops flooding. I am joined by the amazing Johnny Pittman, Cat Rambo, Carlos Hernandez, and Zach Clay on day one of ArvCon and day the final of Esper Genesis, Shadow of the Zephyr. And I hope you folks are enjoying this as much so far as I am enjoying watching these players go. As we left our heroes just a moment ago, we were standing at the edge of a hallway, Kaz kind of in two hallways at once, I guess, might be one way to put it, and is moving towards, along with Aramis, moving towards Grimac Fangsink, and behind them, two sort of cybernetically enhanced guards, and what looks very much like a character that, a person that Aramis maybe remembers, and that, of course, is Medici. For those of you who don't remember, Medici is someone that we spoke about before. He was one of Bethera's butchers, who were Ashenforge that controlled other Ashenforge to betray and murder the Matakai. But he eventually rebelled. He was a friend of Aramis's until he left. And he has appeared previously in this campaign, although it's been quite a while. Medici somehow, for some reason, is standing here, dressed in this guard getup. Meanwhile, in front of Grimac, we have Aricia and we have Abraxas just sort of lying on the ground in a heap, and Tezora, who is standing weakly after having confessed what you all heard just a few moments ago to Petra. And so with all that said, I'm going to hand things back over to the party. Now, Aramis, if you go any further, guns are... You now have caught sight of this thing. If you go any further, guns are, like, charged up. Grimac has a hand up. Things are tense and moving. So what do you want to do? And then I'll ask Kaz, but I think Aramis is going to be taking the lead, at least for this part of it.
Aramis is going to slow down, but continue to slowly move forward and say, I don't think you exist. Why would I be afraid of your guns?
And Grimac kind of narrows his cybernetic eyes, and you don't think we exist? That's interesting. They certainly did. And he kicks Abraxas, and Abraxas's body actually, lifts up a little bit and flies a bit and lands right next to your leg and kind of rolls into your leg a bit. I mean, you can, not that knocks you over, but you'd have to whoa. And you hear Abraxas slightly, groan, and you can see he looks, as I said, in terrible shape.
You do realize I'm a melder, right? I can create reality just as well as anybody else with Esper powers. I mean, that kid over there of yours, your son, he creates things all the time, look like me, tortures them, harasses them, makes them wear silly t-shirts.
I do.
I mean, I used to find it annoying, but now it's kind of funny in retrospect. So that could be a creation of yours.
Just very sneakily, what I want to do is,
okay,
in the subtlest way possible, is cast a first level mend on Abraxas.
Okay. Trying to think about how to do that secretly, in quotes. I will allow you to try to do that. I'm going to have you make a stealth check first. Otherwise, you're going to be because you're right in front of him. So I would say...
So I'm kind of trying to use Aramis's body to kind of block, but I'm kind of coming up. It's like, yeah, I used to make fun of it, right, Aramis? And,
secretly heal.
Yeah,
I'll have you make a stealth check. I think you have to do this at -2. This is a little bit of a push. Aramis is not a giant that's protecting you.
I have a +2 normally, so this is just a straight ass roll. That's 6. Big 6.
+2 is an 8.
no, not +2 because I had.
Oh, because you already added it.
Yeah.
Oh, right. Oh, sorry. Mine. Yeah. So you just have a 6 straight up. Yeah. You're kind of like, haha, and then you're like, and Aramis, maybe not knowing exactly what you were doing, is kind of shifting over. So you're like, like fixed smile on your face as your hand is clearly on top of him, and Grimax says, trying to fix him, are you? Go ahead, Jobitao. Why don't you mend him? Bring him back. Ask him how real he actually is.
I do. I take the cue and I'll use mend on him.
Okay. How much do you heal?
It is 1 second.
Okay. I'll tell you exactly what it is. It is something I know.
Sorry, you could actually go to somebody.
Okay,
else.
that's fine. So as you're in the process of healing him, Aramis, you had to stop obviously originally just because the body landed in front of you.
Right.
Are you now like stepping over it? Because the next thing is you're going to bump into Grimex's arm, which is fine. I'm just asking if that's what you're doing.
I'm going to play into it a little bit, but sidestep Grimac.
He's kind of blocking the hall. I mean, because he's so big. So,
I know, but what I'm going to do is
Okay.
I'm not going to touch him, but I'm going to like, I guess circumnavigate him,
Yeah.
just kind of like walk sideways and kind of around and be like, yeah, you know what? Reality is reality, and I'll thump him, but we create reality. So, and just a random flourish. I create sparks from my hands like a cheap magician.
Okay. As you try to circumnavigate him, he puts out an inexorable arm, and he just stops you dead. Now, you can try to kind of like pull him off. Or he hasn't gripped you, but he like has a hand basically blocking your way, and you can try to like go over or under it, but because remember he dropped both the bodies from his hand, so.
Right.
Just a quick note, Abraxas healed 15 points there.
Okay, so
Nice heal.
when you do that, Abraxas, you can see his eyes kind of, and his eyes flicker open, and he kind of like, you can see that he's alive, sleep well. He's in a bad way. He's going to take a little time to be able to refocus his consciousness and like figure out where the hell he is and all that.
So he can't speak.
Not at the moment, not yet. I mean, he's kind of groaning a little bit. But you definitely you've taken him from maybe close to death's door at least. But yeah, he looks pretty messed up still. But he's not going to die anyway at the moment. Okay. So sorry, Aramis. Oh, go ahead, Sleepo, and then back to Aramis.
Very quickly, I'm gonna kind of like lean really close to him, and I know he's not very conscious. Like, do you have anything that can help us right now? Anything good against automatons or cyber creatures?
He seems like very out of it
Yeah,
at the moment.
I'm gonna pat him down.
Okay. As you're doing that, Aramis, what say you?
What's wrong with me stepping behind you? Is there something that you're really wanting me to not get to? Is there something I shouldn't be paying attention to? Is there a man behind the curtain?
I do
When
not.
Aramis is
you
just trying
want?
to egg him on.
What do you want from us? Get to the point already.
It's quite simple, actually. We want that suit. We can see you have your old one there.
Then come take it.
Oh, I will. But I wondered if it mattered to you that I would kill your other friends first. Not that maybe you care that much about Abraxas or Aricia or even your pathetic Tezora. After that display, maybe you'll keep her as a pet, Petra. But in any case, I wondered if it would matter to you that all these people you supposedly cared about are right here. We can kill them all before we go to killing you, and maybe you don't care about yourself, but I'll bet you care something about them. I, on the other hand, don't. And as he says this, you can see that he kind of lifts one hand. He has one hand blocking Aramis, right? And he has one hand poised, and out of one hand, stink, is this metal spike that extends, and he holds it over Aricia and waits.
Can I sense in this suit, in all Bellare suits, all Bellare have the ability to sort of partially release their essence in the form of a light beam.
Right.
Do I sense that I can do the same with this?
Make, what kind of a check? This, I think, is wisdom. I think this is insight into your suit. I'll give
Did you
this
say insight?
Yeah, I'll give. No, not insight, not insight.
Okay.
But I do want it to be wisdom. But I will give it to you at +3, though.
Right.
It's not really insight. It's about sort of the wisdom of the ages, so to speak.
+3. Okay, so that'll be +6 for me then. Natural 1.
No goddamned idea. You
Okay.
you think, I mean, one thing that you do know is that you're pretty sure that you can do something like it, but you don't know what the effect will be. This is very different than the releasing of energy from your typical suit because it's, enhanced by the luminant and you don't know.
That's an amazing natural 1. Did I find anything patting down Aramis?
The
Abraxas.
Abraxas.
Braxis, I'm sorry.
You found Aramis looking at you very surprised. Like, what are you doing?
Oh, don't call HR. Hold on.
You like grab this. Like, no. So the only thing that you find on Abraxas is what looks a little bit like a kind of like looks like a cred stick almost. Although, you know what, Sleepwell, you've seen cred sticks before, and this looks a little odd to you. It definitely is configured to go in a similar slot, but it strikes you as sort of odd. You haven't seen one that's like this before. The outer part of it, the outer shell of it, is kind of a strange design, and it also seems to be glowing kind of blue.
Oh yeah, I'm grabbing that. I'm instantly gonna be scanning good old Dad and the other, behemoths behind him.
Okay.
For slots where this could fit.
Okay. Petra, in the meantime, because you were fairly near to Zora, but where are you now as far as where all this is?
I'm watching Aramis sort of, A, with a sense of alarm, and B, with a sort of sense of like, yes, this is a very Aramis-like action. What's going to happen now? Man, I'm going to step back to stand beside Kaz and kind of out of the corner of my mouth, because he doesn't have comms, say, can you switch just to a time where he's not holding a weapon over him?
I'll try. Kaz has already been thinking about doing this.
Tying in with the energy release or not? Like,
no, Kaz has a feeling that he needs to do something specific to do this, but I will stand there and direct my energy towards the luminant, and the time that I'm going to focus on is I'm going to try to focus on back to the time before Grimac Fang Sink became a cyborg, essentially.
Okay. Excuse me. Are you focusing in part then on the time of the worshippers, or like the supplicants, or are you like looking for a specific dial up a given year sort of thing? If you follow
I don't
what
know
I mean.
when the time of the worshippers
Right.
is necessary.
No, you don't.
Although, yeah, I do gather it's in the past. So if I feel like it might help me, so sure, I'll still with the intention of finding Grimac Fang Sink before he was a cyborg, I will focus perhaps using that existing time with the worshippers to help. Yes.
Okay.
I don't know.
Are you saying anything to the worshippers as you're doing this, or not? Or the supplicants? Because they are, sort of looking up at you with some concern since you haven't moved now for a while.
I stand there and I look down at them. I say, I don't think I can go up to see Mother yet.
Why not?
There's something in the way, an obstacle.
And they kind of look confused because there's obviously nothing in the hallway, and they're like, what do you see?
It's not here. At least you can't see it. But would you help me?
And they nod. Aurelia says, what must we do?
Can you pray with me?
And they all they nod. And meanwhile, in this time, so you hear Kaz saying can you pray with me? And Grimac just sort of chuckles in his mechanical, strange voice. What's the prayer?
I join hands with them and I say, by the light of the Mother above, I wish to find the time before Grimac Fang Sink became what he is now.
Now, Grimac hears this and and dramatically does that as a donation sound goes off. So literally, he's like, ha,
prayed for a donation.
Yeah, exactly. That was all part of it. And we just had an anonymous donator bring us up by $20 more to $435. Thank you very much, anonymous donator. Thank you very much to Anana Mouse, my favorite mice. That brings us up to $435 out of 4,000. Thank you very much, anonymous. We are there. We're only $65 away from another giveaway, folks, and from the $500 mark. So let's keep it up. That was you? Oh, well, it popped up as anonymous, but I am happy to believe that it's you. Yeah, you mentioned sweetening the pot, so I was like, so it's Triffid who did it. So Triffid, I'm going to need to remember that so I can adjust it so that I make sure that you're entered into this drawing. Wonder if I can. No, I can't do that. Okay. Anyway, I will try to fix that later. So thank you, Triffid, so much for that. Okay. Yeah, he does the canned villain laugh as fanfare plays. Yeah, exactly. So, and he laughs as you're doing this prayer, find before a time, and he says, as if it works that way. You simply say what you want, and the time changes. Is that how you think it works? Time doesn't bend to your will unless you're willing to do more than that. Although, I suppose, a small demonstration. And he takes Tizora and pushes her hard against the wall. And as he pushes her, suddenly, Aramis, Petra, and Sleepwell see her vanish. And Kaz, you see Petra appear, stagger, and fall in the hallway. Now, the worshippers are fall backwards, just the ones who are praying, and they're all staring at you and all, and Tizora
staggers into the hallway?
Yes.
Okay.
Literally winks into existence into the hallway, and Sleepwell and Petra and Aramis, you just saw Tizora disappear. And Grimac just stands there with that smile on his face.
Okay. I will grab Petra and I'll say, can I try something?
Sure.
And I will attempt to do the same thing and find a way to usher Petra into the other time.
Oh, God.
Okay. I'm going to ask you to make a Constitution check here because you're going to be embracing the Luminant to try to do this.
Yeah.
So I'm going to ask you to do that, Kaz. For some reason, what's been flying through my head is the suit from the Greatest American Hero. Because I don't know if any remember that old show, but the Greatest American Hero, where this guy gets a suit, but it doesn't have the instruction manual, so he's never able to do it, like handle it right, and it's anyway.
Can I fire up Esper Sense while this is all going on?
Sure.
Well, after the first time, after he does that, after he pushes Tesora through time, I want to fire it up again. I want to fire it up, and I want to pay really close attention to everything that's going on specifically around that.
Okay. There is definitely an immense amount of Esper power that is flowing out of everyone, but the particular Esper, like the sort of greatest skills, we see you, Prince Justin, are there you go, Volstagg. The particular brightest glows are coming from Gremak, and also from, as that sound goes off, from Gremak and from Kaz. The current suit, that is, Kaz. All of them have that. And Nixie Plays gives us another $20 to bring us to $4.55. Thank you, Nixie.
Awesome.
Thank you. So, thank you very much, Nixie. So, yeah.
I would like to know what domain these powers flow from.
This would probably be classified as metaphase, but enormously powerful. Now, metaphase, are talents that basically alter the self and also alter matter. But this is at a scale like, it's just like, doing like a Geiger counter would be, like it's so strong. So yeah.
Okay.
Kaz, how do we do on that? On that check? I was still looking at the 7. I was like, what?
There's another 7 for you.
Yeah, you embrace the Luminant and you try, but you're not like Petra. You kind of like bump into the wall as Kaz is trying to do this, and you don't go anywhere. There is something weird about the way it all feels, Kaz, although it's possible that you could do it, but it's such a foreign concept, and clearly whatever Gremak is doing, he has had a much longer time to kind of figure it all out compared to you.
I'm scanning dear old dad up and down for
Yep.
a place where I could stick this cred stick looking thing that I was able to get off of our hacker friend.
Let's have you make a perception check, please.
Thanks.
That's an interesting idea.
Oh, sorry, I just rolled a d8.
I was gonna say, and that's a no.
Yeah. It was an
13.
Aha. No, wait, don't go away. Okay, my donation is starting to work more, and I'm trying to figure out what it is. Anyway, Bulgaris joins us with a $20 donation, so we're up to $4.75. Thank you, Bulgaris. Let's keep up the momentum.
Yay!
You love to see it. Thank you. Okay, so we're looking at a 13. Is that right? There are plenty of wires and cables, but you don't see any particular slots, Sleepwell, that this thing seems to be able to plug into from any obvious position. Now, it's possible that within the sort of part of his cybernetic parts, like underneath his underarm or, something like that, there may be something, but not something which is evident to you from here.
Okay. I'm kind of like, I'm biding my time a little bit waiting for others, but if I see too much like silence too long, and because I don't want them to get the jump on us, I'll definitely act, but I'm going to wait for others a little bit.
Okay. I'm going to let Petra act, and then Kaz, I'm going to come back to you to see what you want to do. Excuse me. Although it seems like Gremak is getting ready to kind of step forward and do something. But I'll come to Petra first.
I since it looks like he's about to move and do something, I'd like to move in such a way that well, no, Tesora's not there.
Right, not the moment.
I would like to just sort of, I would like to try to move in such a way so he can't focus on both Sleepwell and Petra at the same time, just to kind of like flank him a little bit, just
Okay.
just sort of wander sideways casually as one does is what I'm doing.
You know, wander casually. That sounds fine, although the hallway is not super large.
Okay.
So you can try to, like, you can't get all the way to the side because he's kind of blocking off Aramis, but excuse me, you could be off on, like, you could be against one wall basically,
Okay.
if you want.
Yeah.
And that, so you position yourself there, and Grimac kind of, you know, looks at you balefully. And Kaz, what do you want to do before I talk about what happens?
At the moment, yeah, Kaz is just looking. He looks down at the worshippers and he says, "Thank you." And then, sorry that I seem to grab the air and push it. I know I've been doing a lot of weird things, I say to the worshippers.
And Aranella kind of nods slowly and says, It is understood that the prophet, or what is left of the prophet, would act strangely in our time. Will you stay with us now, prophet? You may do so. We would take care of you, and you will take care of us.
I need you to take care of her. I point at Tesora.
And they kind of nod. And there were already two that were sort of like looking like very uncertainly. And Aranella says, She has been sent by the mother then?
In a way, yes.
And so two of them, the two that were sort of looking, kind of go over and tentatively, and, you know, Tesora's like groggily kind of looking around her. And they come over and they start, you know, looking at her and then whispering to each other and, you know, sort of fussing about her, basically. And Aranella says, Will you then stay here in this hall? Is there still an obstacle?
Very much so. There is an obstacle.
What must we do? We will clear out anything we must so that you may go forward.
Do you see... is there a torch anywhere? Is there a way? I look at the ground and I'm like, do you have this substance? What is it? I think it's called, as I look for the name, Feldalar.
And they look at each other, and then one of them, Aurelia, actually shrugs and, well, yes, Feldalar is everywhere, I suppose.
But is there, do you have it in a form, something you can hold or that is contained?
And she kind of looks at you and kind of furrows her brow, and then she whispers to one of the supplicants behind her, and the supplicant nods and runs off down the hallway towards the outside, and you know, like rushes off, and after literally only probably a minute, comes back and is holding what looks like a rock. And she comes over and bows slightly and hands it to Aurelia, and Aurelia says, This is Feldalar. That is all there is outside. And as she hands it and you feel the luminant react, you realize that she has taken a piece of the rock from the planet and that it itself is Sorium.
Okay. I say, place that rock over there. And I point to where I see the vision of Fang Sink standing.
Okay. And Aurelia goes over and puts it there.
Now, please back up.
And they do.
And I reach up to Kaz's the original suit's arm and disconnect the sniper and hold it.
Okay.
And I look to everyone else and I say, if he wants this luminate, he's going to have to take it. And I don't think we should let him have it.
I agree.
And Grimac kind of, did you say that in the comms? Or you don't have comms. So
yeah,
you just
out
said,
loud.
but you didn't say it quietly, or did you?
No, I mean,
Okay.
not necessarily.
So Grimac kind of brave and foolish. And he seems to be gearing up to step forward towards you.
Shall we then?
So then,
Go ahead, Sleepo.
you know, I was kind of like saying, like, before people wanted to do something, I wanted to say, I just want you to know, Fang Sink, that I disavowed you a long time ago. And the reason I disavowed you was mostly because, and then I'm going to do an electromagnetic pulse.
Okay.
This is how I disabled him the last time, so if we're gonna get
It's gonna work.
If we're gonna get into it, I want
Okay.
to try to sneak in a surprise round.
Okay.
And honestly, Kaz was just about to basically ensuring that Aramis is not, hopefully, in the blast radius, or at least not on top of it, would take a shot at the rock. Dwayne the Rock Johnson. No, would take a shot at the yeah, at the Sorium rock that is at the foot of Fang Sink in this other time, but just to see what happens.
What's your dex again, Kaz?
My dexterity is 16 plus 3.
Sleepwell, what's yours?
Sorry. My dexterity is 14.
Okay. So I think Kaz would get this off first. And so what happens here is Hillness has arrived, and yes, Carlos has donated already. Now, for those of you who don't know the context, in our last ArvCon last year, there was a bit of a bidding war that went on between Hillness and Carlos, and that was eventually won by Carlos, I think, or was it Hillness? I don't remember. But
I
anyway.
ended up in third place last year.
Yeah, I think Hillness may have. I don't remember if you just beat out Hillness in fourth or if Hillness. It was close. Anyway, so Carlos says yes, already donated 250 tonight. So in case you're curious, Hillness. This shot. So you're gonna get this shot off. You bumped Carlos into third dragon last year. Is that what it is? Okay. So that's right. I do remember that dragon actually. Yeah. All right. So the shot's going off. I'm going to ask you to make an attack, Kaz, although it's going to be an easy one. I would recommend not crit failing, but otherwise.
Okay, just make a shot with the sniper?
Yes.
Okay.
Because this all kind of happens at once. You grab it quickly as Sleepwell's like, let me tell you something. And Kaz is,
That's a 27.
that's better than a crit fail.
Yeah.
So that shot goes off. Now, I have to ask something. When you fire, are you doing anything internally energy-wise with Illuminant, or are you just firing at the rock in this time?
Could it just so happen that, like, could I happen to be aiming at both the rock and, like, one of Feng Sing's feet? Are they, like, overlaid? Is he, like, technically, like, standing
They're
on
kind of
it?
between, yeah, they're sort of between his legs on the
Between
ground.
his leg-
I would
okay.
say.
Yeah, in that case, I am more focused on shooting in the time where the rock is,
Mhm.
and less on the one where it would be just a shot between his legs for no reason.
Right, but I meant, I guess.
Yeah, if I sense that I can empower.
Well, no, I don't know if you can. I just wondered if, because it's the first time you've tried to make an attack while in that suit, and so I wondered if you were.
Yeah, sure. I'll. You know what? Too. If it's too late, I understand, but I probably also would have hunter's marked Fang Sing.
Yeah, I think it's a little too late.
Okay.
We'll be able to do that.
I mean,
next
otherwise
round.
than that, sure. If I sense that there's a way to like channel the power of the Luminant through this this beam of energy, this sniper shot, then I will do so.
Okay. Then in that case, let me have you make a Constitution check for me, please. Not a saving throw check.
Okay. 21.
So when you use your energy to kind of infuse with Illuminant, there is a moment. Two things that is my favorite thing. Two things happen. First of all, your shot does go true and does hit the rock. Simultaneously, you're able to make that have an effect in the time of your friends, basically, and the people around you.
Mm-hmm.
And secondly, the effect that this is about to have may also teach you something else. I'll come back to that. Yeah. What you all see in this time is suddenly erupting from between the legs of Grimac is a fanfare. Good work, everybody, whoever just donated. Erupting is da-da! Okay, I don't even know. That's perhaps slightly troubling. There's Hillness, who lets us know. Oh my goodness, Hillness with the $256 donation. Wow. Thank you very much, Hillness. That brings us to,
amazing.
Let's see.
Okay.
That is our top donator so far. Let's see, quick mental calculations, plus 250, $731 is what we are up to now. Thank you, Hillness, very much. That is great work. And there we go. 731 out of 4,000. We are now only $269 away, chat, from $1,000 and a quarter of the way through. Thank you, Hillness, so much. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. And good stuff, man. Wow. So there we go. As that donation happens, that's not actually what happens was a fanfare. In the game, instead erupting is this massive explosion. Now, Tizora is actually, so let's see. Tizora is actually not going to be caught by this because it does not erupt in the time of the worshippers. As you hit it and you infuse with the energy that you're using, it goes into the time of your friends, not the worshippers.
Yeah.
Not the supplicants, which is what you intended.
Yeah.
Sleepwell, though, who is right next to Abraxas and Aricia, who are on the ground. Abraxas kind of like woozily. Sleepwell, I need you to make a dexterity saving throw. Yeah, the giveaway word is explosion. Very appropriate in chat. Very appropriate. I need you to make a dexterity saving throw for me, please, Sleepwell, as you are right there. And I would say probably we're going to need saving throws from Aramis as well. Petra, I think you might just be out of the radius of this. So I'll need one from Sleepwell and Aramis. But, like, this is pretty big explosion.
You confirmed Dex, right?
I'm sorry?
It's a
Dexterity.
Dex saving throw?
Yeah, it's a dex saving throw. Yep.
I suck at those.
I'm gonna go ahead and add one of my luck die to this as well.
Okay.
So I'm gonna roll and
You absolutely, positively do not want to fail. Yeah.
So this is the roll, which is a 14, and I add a d6 to this. So total of 17.
Okay. Yes, I think you were actually able to get out of the way, or at least I should say minimize. You're still going to be hit, but not for as much. However, Aramis.
Hold on.
Yeah, sure.
Is Sleepwell taking any damage at all?
Sleepwell is going to take a little damage, yes. Some damage. He's going to take half
Okay.
damage, to be exact.
Okay. All right, then I'm not going to worry about it because there's only thing I can do. Aramis can't do anything else. The Force Shield is not going to give him more than 6, and it sounds like the DC is higher than 14.
Going to be, well, yeah. I mean, the dex save of 7 is not promising as a starting.
Well,
starting
with a
spot.
Force Shield, I can roll a maximum of 6 because I can get an additional 1d6. I'm still not going to make it, though.
Probably.
Right?
Yeah, I mean,
All
I
right.
can't tell you for sure, but you would think it unlikely.
Well, if I'm going to fail something that's DC 13, then yeah.
Yeah.
That's basically all I need now.
You would think it unlikely.
Okay.
So you're
All
not
right.
going to use the shield then in that case?
Yeah. Well, there's nothing.
there's no
nothing that
reason
I
to
can
do- yeah.
do. Right. There's no reason to do it for me.
Okay. So what you are going to take is, let's see. Okay. So that's not the greatest roll on earth, which I'm sure you're all happy to hear. So Aramis, you are going to take 12 points of damage from this explosion, which just erupts out of nowhere. And Sleepwell, you are going to take 6 points of damage. You're going to take half the normal damage on that attack, or on that explosion. And you'll be happy to know that and actually, Aramis, I also need you to make a strength saving throw. This is to see if you stay on your feet or you get blown backwards. Was that a check or a saving throw? So you're muted. What? Okay.
I'm still okay with the failure.
Yeah, the 10. Yeah,
But-
you go blown backwards and are now prone. The good news is that Grimac also is sort of blown backwards and kind of staggers back. And as he does so, the guards lower their weapons. And at this point, I would like everybody to roll for me as I pull up the turn order. To roll for me initiative, please.
Oh, so I had my electronic pulse though.
Your electronic pulse is going off. Well, I'm trying to think if you can still get your electronic pulse off when you're also trying to dodge out of the way of this thing. Because that's why I asked about dexterity. Kaz goes before you.
Fair enough.
So that's why. Otherwise, this might have gone in a very different direction. Let's see. I'm going to use this music, although I'm very tempted to use "Blown Away" by Kevin MacLeod, but I will fight to avoid the obvious meme. What the heck? Did you all hear that just now?
Yeah, I think it was coming from Carlos.
No.
No, it's coming from me.
Are you sure?
Yeah, it came when I played that playlist. Let me try reloading it for a second.
That's weird.
Bear with me. That was really weird.
That's the music.
What the hell is this?
This is that new synthwave
What?
craze the kids are all talking about.
That's fine. It's just that one thing of music is working? Okay, now it's working. I have no idea what that was, but whatever. Okay, very odd. Anyway, here we are. Time and space, people. Time and space. Okay. All right. Let's see what we got. We have... let's see. We have... let's see. Aramis with... Oh, has Aramis not rolled yet for initiative?
You're
Muted,
muted,
Johnny.
Johnny.
All right, Aramis rolled a 24.
Rolled a 24.
Yeah, I'm not sure why it's not showing up for you, but it's there.
I saw it. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know why it isn't either. Okay, 24. Is that a 5 I saw for Sleepwell?
Yep.
Okay. Maybe appropriate as to why the whole... What just happened? Okay, what did Kaz get?
50.
15. And Petra, please.
0.
What? 0?
Yes, I have a -2 on initiative, and I rolled a 2, so
Oh,
I have
man.
an initiative
Time to
roll of
stop.
0. It's sort of showcasing
Yeah.
this.
Right, it's all
The
bullet
paradox.
time is what it is now, is
The
what we're
paradox
saying.
begins.
Yes. All right. Let's see. I also liked the sort of wry, cynical way you were like 0. That was amusing. Although not to you, I'm sure. Okay. Let's see. We're going to put that up here. All right. Let me find out what they end up with. Okay. Right, and let's go with that one. Okay. All right. So that's going to go up here. My light, which decided all of a sudden not to do what it's supposed to do, is going to be reduced to its normal level, please. Thank you, light. Okay. Oh, there we go. Okay. Okay. All right. First to act is going to be Aramis with a 24. Aramis, what would you like to do? You have a person who's not now. Gremek is not off his feet, but he is definitely staggered back a few steps. But you also see the 2 guards, and you see what looks like I said as a disguised or something Medici.
How big are the 2 guards? Because Gremek is large, right?
Yeah, and they are quite large too. Both of them would be not quite as tall as Kaz normally. Like maybe, like Gremek is taller. He's probably about like 8.5 feet, almost 9 feet tall. But these guards are probably like 7 feet each. So they would still qualify. I mean, I guess they still qualify as medium, to be honest. But it's like high end of medium.
Okay, and then I have one other question for you.
All right.
Where is Gremek on the map? Because all I see is the 2. I see the 2 Xamarin still there, but I don't see any other.
Yes, let me. That is a good call. Let me put in. Let me put those there. Give me just a second. I'm going to bring it up there. No, not that one. Okay, so we've got not that big. Okay, we've got one like that. Okay. And then in front, sorry, I had this guy in a spot. No, he's not in the spot that I thought I had him in. There we go. That was what I was looking for.
Whoa.
There we go. So there we go. And placement-wise, I would say that Aramis is probably here and prone. Sleepwell dodged out of the way, and so is probably like that. We're going to leave your suit over here for just a minute, Kaz, so I don't get confused. And then Petra, you are probably behind like that, roughly speaking. And I don't have a map that extends further into the hallway, so you'll have to... You'll have to imagine this, I suppose, a little bit. So anyway, that's what you see, Aramis.
How they're in the hall? They're just at the beginning of the hall. Is basically what you're telling us.
Yeah, they're a little farther than that. They're a little bit down the hallway. Let me see if I can maybe extend the hallway out. They don't really have a map that shows this part of it, but.
That's fine. I just need to know just kind of how far they are, basically, down the hall.
Let me do this amazing drawing skill that we're about to see here. Extending like that, and like that. And then we go like that, that. That's not terrible.
That's amazing.
I've seen worse. That last part was a little rough, but so probably they are probably more like this because you really are kind of in the hallway a bit. So I would say that now because you're pretty much next to him and they're right behind him, maybe this far. So they're probably about 20 feet from you, I would say, Aramis, basically. And Petra's like right at the door. There we go.
And where is this? Where is this Medici?
He's behind them. That I can't show you because I don't have enough room on the map.
But like generally speaking, like how far behind them?
Like another 10 feet behind them. Sorry, I beg your pardon, 5 feet. Like he's right behind them. So he's about 25, maybe 30 feet from you right now.
This is going to be dangerously close. All right, rank 5 lightning ring right here. Let me put it on the map.
Okay.
Yes.
This is going to be the first time Aramis has used this ability. It is a rank 4 ability, but he's going rank 5 with it.
Tell us what this rank 5 thing does.
Oh, I would be happy to. You create a ring of electricity on the ground in a radius of 20 feet, centered at a point within the range. The ring rises up from the floor to a distance of up to 40 feet. Each creature in the area must make a dexterity saving throw. Creature takes 5d8 damage on a failed save or half on a successful one. Each rank past 4 is an additional d8.
Okay. Did you call this a ring of what?
A lightning ring.
I really was hoping it was a ring of fire, and I was going to get you to start singing. I walked into a... Anyway.
I was looking for my equivalent of fireball, but I didn't take it. So
no, listen, there's nothing wrong with this. Okay.
And so it's going to be right behind. So since each square is 5 feet, it's going to be right behind Gremek, and just basically, I'm just trying to keep us from getting electrocuted at the front.
Right.
And trying to make sure that Medici doesn't get electrocuted either. But the reality is I don't trust that anybody here is actually here. So right there is perfectly where I want it.
Okay. So basically right there, right? Because
that's correct.
You said 20 feet. Okay. All right. So let's draw us a circle. Let's see if I can. That may not be far enough. Oops. That's probably not far enough, right? That's not far enough. It's got to be extended like that so that it could be sort of like this-ish.
It's still going to be farther. It's still going to be a little bit bigger. It's basically going to accompany. It's 4 squares.
Right.
In
like
diameter.
How about this?
Perfect.
Yeah. Okay. So, all right. So this lightning ring goes up, and you said anyone caught in it at the beginning of their turn, like anyone inside the ring, or
someone inside the ring takes 68 of damage
immediately or on their turn
against the failed save immediately.
Okay. It's what kind of save?
Let's see. It's a dex save.
Okay.
Yeah, it's an instant. This thing is nasty.
So here's the thing about Gremek. Dexterity is not quite his, massive cybernetic thing is not so much on the dex. Okay, so he clearly fails it. The other two, let's see. What's the DC that I'm aiming for?
Oh, my DC. Hold on 1 second. Let's go ahead and check that again.
Plus your intelligence plus your proficiency, I think.
Yeah, I believe it's going to be 14, but 1 second, I'm just confirming. Yeah, it's going to be 15.
15. Okay, that's important because they don't get it, so you'll be happy to know all 3 of them miss.
Well, there, Arv, let's try this.
1 million damage.
How about 39 points?
39 points of damage. All right. So, the excuse me. The ones in the back are just and are hit pretty badly by that. Now they are not dead. They're still moving around okay, but that was a big how's your father type of like, hello, how's your father type of hit. They are very aware of what just happened. And as for Gremek, He is also affected by it, although not nearly as much. And you can see as he sort of takes this, hit, that he seems to be, how do I put this? He kind of sort of takes it in stride. It's not that he's absorbing it exactly, but it doesn't seem to like, destroy or like, completely like blow him the hell up or the equivalent as you might have expected. But it definitely does hurt him, and the guards in particular and behind are quite hurt. And Medici kind of, throws up his arms and kind of staggers back a step or two at that. Okay, Aramis, where are you going to move?
Aramis is going to get up because he's prone.
Yeah, he did that from the ground. That's right. So now he's going to get up.
He threw that out, and then he's going to be like starting to push himself up and just get him like, up to full ability to move. So
okay,
yeah, that's what he's going to do.
That makes sense. How long does that ring last? Did you say?
Oh, it's instant. It burns everything.
Oh, just
and then it's done.
And then it's gone. Okay.
Yeah, it's not a concentration of any kind.
Okay, gotcha. All right. In that case, I'm going to get rid of that so that doesn't confuse me. Okay. Now it is the bad guy's turn. They are going to take their rifles and aim them, and then they're going to fire. Now, yeah, they can get over his shoulder. He's big and is blocking a lot of the way. I think what they'll probably do is they'll probably move up, both of them, and then they're going to aim and fire, one at you, Sleepwell, and one at you, Aramis, since you're the two who are in front at the moment.
Okay.
The one who's firing at you, Sleepwell, is going to get a 23
that
to hit.
misses. No, I'm totally fine.
I was like, really? Okay. All right, that is going to be... So that's going to be 7 points of damage, and I need you to make a Constitution saving throw for me, please, Sleepwell.
Okay. Constitution is something I get proficiency bonus, okay? So that is... Oh, sorry. It's all the different screens that we're navigating.
Mm-hmm.
To get the die roll here. That's a 26?
That's pretty good. Okay, so you feel this like electrical shock run through you, but you basically, shake it off. But you do feel like it was kind of like zzz, like one of those things you might have been stunned, but you are able to withstand the effects beyond the damage that you took. The second one that's aiming for you, Aramis, is going to... That is going to be a 22 to hit.
Yeah.
Okay, that is going to be 10 points of damage, and I need you to make that same Constitution saving throw, please.
Not good at those either.
It's the greatest hits of not good at. Yeah. So you, as you were hit by this, you feel like this kind of, type of thing. And the effect of this is that you are stunned. That, again, so good. Literally, you are, and it went, da, for the fanfare. Because we just got a $5 donation. Thank you very much to Kella Campbell. Thank you very much for the $5 donation. We appreciate that. We are now up to 736. Thank you so much. So you are stunned for a turn. Now, the effect of being stunned is that you are incapacitated. You automatically fail strength and dex saving throws, and attack rolls against you have advantage. That is for one turn, so you can't take actions or reactions. So basically, you're going to miss next turn, and then next turn you'll be back up again, depending on what happens. But you were like
Can you take the
what
dodge
happened.
action? Sometimes you can do that with stun.
No, because you're incapacitated when you're stunned, and an incapacitated creature cannot take actions or reactions. Yeah, incapacitated is not great. The only good news is that you're only incapacitated temporarily for one turn, but in the meantime, that sort of sucks.
I also have 17 hit points, so that's not really working in my favor.
That's another thing that is not good. Yes.
Just saying.
Well, I had you at, what are you at? I thought I had you at 27 because you
You had me at 27, but you just took 10.
Oh yeah, that's right.
So
now you're at 17. Yes, quite right.
Yeah.
Quite right. That is correct. So you were sitting now at 17. Okay. That is the guard's turn, and Kaz is up next.
Okay. I will back up.
Okay. In one
so
time,
see.
the supplicants are looking at you rather surprised that
Yeah.
you shot at a rock that then disappeared.
I'll get there.
Okay.
You know what I'm doing.
Yeah,
And
the classic.
yep. So I backpedal a little bit, and since he's so damn tall, I'll just aim my sniper up and go straight for a headshot. Not a called shot, but just where I'm aiming. And
Okay.
I'm gonna go right for Fang Sink. I'm doing this because once initiative is rolled, I have advantage in my first turn of combat. I have advantage against creatures that have not gone in initiative yet. So,
Okay.
From my stalker ability,
Right.
and I will make 2 shots with the sniper. And so we'll see what we get, and make sure that the advantage is only for some time. Let's see. Use this attack if it's resistant, blah blah blah. On your first turn during combat, if you make the attack. Where am I missing this? Oh, it's a part of the hunter itself. On your first turn during combat, you have advantage on attack rolls against creatures. Okay, so both of these are at advantage. Here we go. Let's see what we get. And that it's a +9. And I'll grab the command. All right, here we go.
Okay.
So that's a 19 to hit for the first.
Okay.
And for the second, that's a 26 to hit.
All right. So both are going to hit.
Okay. All right, so that will deal the sniper's damage plus my dexterity plus my wisdom on the second attack, so that's going to be +6. No hunter's mark. I do get the specialist extra d6 because I had advantage. So that's
Okay.
plus d6. +6 looks like. And I'll just triple check. Is that the damage? Yep. Perfect. Great. Okay, here we go. Okay, so that's 19 points of damage.
Okay.
For, let's see,
The first hit?
one of the hits, and then actually I just need to roll 2 more d8. So that's a total of 31 damage total.
Okay. Okay. So that slams into him, and and he kind of steps back, like his guards practically have to catch him as he kind of steps back, and he looks at you kind of amusing. And Kaz, you already moved back, so I think.
Yep, that's my whole turn.
Okay. So it's then his turn, and he smiles broadly. Well, at least as broadly as his cybernetic mechanical mouth can. And he raises and he spreads out his hands wide, his metal hands, and then brings them together. And this clap of sonic, some kind of sonic wave essentially shoots out from him. And I'm going to need dexterity saving throws from Aramis. Actually, wait, you automatically fail, so never mind, Aramis. You're going to need one, but I'll need one from Sleepwell and from Petra, please.
14.
Okay. Yeesh. Petra loving that deck space stuff. Okay, so let's get ready here. These dice. Okay, so that is going to do. Okay, that is going to do 14 points of damage to Aramis. You are also automatically knocked prone because, again, saving throw. So you are prone once again as you got up. Sleep well. That is going to do. You do actually make that save, so you're only going to take 7 of that.
Okay.
So we're looking at 58, I think.
That's right.
For you, and then Petra, you are going to take all of that, I am sorry to say, and you were also going to be knocked prone on this one. There's no separate saving throw for that.
So when you say all of that, that's
so the 14 total. So that would bring you down to 62, I think.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so he does that, and then he steps forward and kind of almost seems to rise higher, and he says, I am the next stage of evolution. You cannot defeat me, because you cannot defeat time. And stares down at you. And that's going to lead us to Sleepwell, who is up next. And then Petra's on deck.
So I didn't recognize Aramis's friend, right? So I just think that's another person back there.
I'm trying to think. I think that when we were on the planet, you did meet Medici, right?
Oh yeah, we had a whole lot of conversations. Yeah.
I would say you probably
Yes.
might recognize who that is. Yes.
Okay. Do I see them doing anything?
He has not acted yet. Other than trying to avoid being hit by a lightning explosion ring, but otherwise.
And I've got 2 very different things that I could try here. So the other thing is, can I just ask, why was Aramis so low on hit points? I thought we had a long rest before we came in here.
Because I got slammed a number of times.
Yeah,
Okay.
I mean, you had leading into this though, Aramis. You started with 49 out of 49, right? At the beginning, that's what you're supposed to have at the beginning, or no?
No.
What are you supposed to have?
Something
at
else.
the beginning?
What I had at the beginning was 39.
You started out with 39? Because I had
started
you
out
at
with
okay. I had you at 49, and I'm wondering if I missed something.
I thought there was something last session that took away 10 points from me. I could be wrong, and if that's the case, then I'm at 13 instead of 3.
Oh, you know what? I think it was when you were getting through the tunnel, and there was the goop that was coming down from the.
That's correct,
from the
because
ceiling.
there was an area effect thing that happened that got us.
I think that might have been it. That might be. I had you at 49 here, but I may have missed that. So anyway, it's the difference between 3 and 13 hit points. But so
I'm okay with being at 3 right now, given the situation. But yeah, I really believe it was at 39. I was not at 49 when I started today's session.
okay. So you're up then, Sleepwell. What do you want to do?
Well, but I do recognize him there, right?
You do.
Remind me about speaking rules. Am I allowed to say things kind of like as a free action?
Yes,
Or...
unless it becomes a long I'd like to talk to you about the philosophy of then
Right.
I'm
gonna look directly at our infiltrator friend at the back, and I'll say I'm gonna say man, it's a good thing that all of our allies are on this side. Very pointed.
Okay.
And then I'm gonna hold my action until he goes.
Gotcha. Okay. Well, that's convenient because he goes next. And so he sort of actually I'm going to have him make. Okay, yeah. I just wanted to make sure that he wasn't idiotically staring at the wall when you said that, but he wasn't. So he sort of hears that and, and then he books it forward. Now, As he zips forward, he's going to take attacks of opportunity from the one that he passes by. So he's got the guard on one wall that he kind of just like sort of jumped past, and then Gremak himself. So let's start with that, with the guard. Guard misses horrifically. Let's see if Gremak misses horrifically. Not horrifically, but he does miss. So he barely. Medici ends up on this side again.
Awesome.
And I will put him up there in just a minute.
Yeah. Is he gonna take an attack? Like, can he take an attack?
Let's put him right here. Okay. So he got to this side basically. And then, yes, he is going to turn, and he's going to fire back with his laser rifle at Gremak. And he is... That's going to hit, actually. Good shot, Medici. Okay. And his laser rifle slams into Gremak, and Gremak just glares at him and doesn't say anything, but is clearly most displeased. Okay, so he is now on the other side, or, behind you. And that's going to lead us to... Oh, and you said you're holding your action. So
Right.
now that he's on your side, what do you want to do? And then
just one
Petra's
last
up next.
question. How tall are the ceilings here?
Ceilings, I think, are about... they vary between about 12 and 15 feet. The cathedral room is much bigger, but the hallway is about 12 to 15 feet high.
12 to 15 feet. So I'm going to cast a steel barricade right between Aramis, myself, and Gremak and the gang.
Okay.
So a steel barrier is going to be 6 inches thick, and it can be like a 10 by 10, but I think I have to make it like 10 by 15. So basically I can reduce the thickness in order to make it higher. So a 10 by 20 would be 3 inches thick, so 10 by 15 to get to the top would be like 4.5 inches thick, I guess.
Okay.
And basically it creates a steel wall between us that has 30 hit points per panel per inch. So it has basically 105 hit points if I'm doing the math right.
Okay.
At the top of my head.
All right, so you back up, and Aramis, you probably are a little bit surprised to suddenly, like, sting, this just barrier appears. And you're just sort of like, so you're now on the other side of this barrier, okay? There you
That's
go,
right.
Sleepo.
So that was my action.
All right, good stuff.
And then I'm going to move more towards, actually, yeah, so I can go 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. I'm going to go right here. So I'm standing next to Kaz, and I'm like, okay, Kaz, I think I bought us, just a little bit of time. We've, I'll try to heal people up and stuff, but I think this is really up to you. You've really got to figure out that suit. And that's my turn.
All right, Petra, you are up next, and you have a barrier in front of you suddenly that has appeared.
I am going to stand up, and I actually, you see a kind of goldeny light surrounds Petra's hand as she lays it down on Aramis, and Aramis has 30 hit points back.
Oh.
Wow.
Okay.
Wow. Thank you.
How about that?
There you go.
Adoring.
All right.
Petra, the clutch healer.
Good stuff. And then once you've done that, Petra, are you backing up at all, or?
No, like Aramis is standing right there, so I want to stand there and kind of protect him, so I'll continue. I'll just stay right there.
Okay. Well, speaking of Aramis is up next.
This is the second round, right?
Yep, top of the second round.
I'm still stunned.
Oh, that's right. So
And
you
prone.
can't. That's true. The good news
I'm
is
stunned
that
and
although
prone.
you're stunned, at least you have a wall in front of you.
Unless any of that special 30-point healing also suddenly cured me of all status effects.
It did not do that, but it is good
Or
to
maybe
know that you were
got
not.
me on my feet.
No, but actually, you know what Petra could do if you wanted, you could actually lift in lieu of your turn. In lieu of your move, you could lift Aramis up to his feet if you wish.
Oh, I'll do that.
Yeah, I mean
Put him
he's
on
kind
his
of
feet, dust him off a little.
punch drunk, standing, but he's at least up on his feet.
Good
Um,
Aramis, kind of, as she does that, kind of turns around and gives her a big hug and says, "Oh, thank you." And he just kind of melts.
Okay, now what you hear at this point is you hear a doosh, doosh, like a metallic clang against the other side of the barrier as the cards clearly are trying to break through. Kaz, you're up next.
Okay. Kaz is going to he's gonna try what he tried before and jump back to a time before Grimac Sinkfang or Fang Sink
Okay.
was
Okay.
was a cyborg, and is going to focus on the Luminant and try to jump to that, I guess, time and, I mean, effectively place, or perhaps bring forth the Fang Sink that was from that time to replace the one that is here now. I don't know.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, one thing to think about is the fact that you can also change the. I mean, you could change the. All right. Yes. I'll let you go ahead. I'll let you go ahead and do that.
I have no idea how this works.
Okay. No, that's fine. That's fine. You are figuring it out. So, all right. I'm gonna have you make. I think this was a Constitution check, is what I had you do before. So I'm gonna have you do that again.
Okay. Is there any way I can?
You can ask chat for a.
I'll inspire. I think I have one inspiration.
You probably do.
Okay.
I will inspire you, Kaz.
I feel inspired.
Inspire you. Okay. All right.
Okay. Here we go. With advantage. Oh, and +2. Oh, that didn't work. Give me a second.
Yeah, you do have one. Do you want to put that in chat, Twitch chat, Carlos, or you want me to?
Let's try that again.
Can I just do dot or?
You do exclamation point inspire space, and then Kaz is fine. There you go. Thanks.
Okay.
All right. So was that a 2?
No, it didn't roll correctly.
Oh, okay. I was like, wait, 2 times 20 kilowatt hours times plus 20 plus 2.
All right, here we go. That's a 21 total.
Yeah.
That's more like it. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So when this happens to you, you kind of focus your attention and time on a particular space. You sort of imagine yourself kind of going back to a time before, and there's sort of this long, and then you are sort of find yourself blinking or staring at the supplicants who are looking at you and blinking, because apparently you already are in a time that was before Fang Sink was a cyborg right here with them. And they look at you and say, what is it, Prophet? Tizor is now up against a wall, like leaning up against a wall, and they're tending to her.
How do I change that? I say to Sleepwell, I can already see a time before your father is the way he is, but he's not here in that time.
Yeah, it's like if we could replace him or something. I don't know. I just feel like we're missing something that should be pretty fundamental to how you use that suit.
I could try to bring all of us back in time.
Might not be a bad way to get out of this time right now, except we don't really deal with him.
Yeah, we leave the present to be a future of whatever he makes it if we leave now.
Yeah.
I will okay. Was that my action or bonus or?
That would be your action. You could take another sort of bonus action if you wish. And again, you feel that sort of, you feel this sort of surge of power, by the way, as you do this. And the blue has infused the orange of the energy within you as you're doing this. You have a sense, and I want to mention this to everybody else too, that you all have a sense that as you're doing that, all of you feel as if you feel the energy kind of pulsing within you at the same time. And by that I mean, Kaz did his thing, and for a moment, all of you together collectively felt a sort of disturbance in the force, like the Esper's force sort of rose and fell within you. And I think you would be able to be aware, looking around at each other, that all of you are connected somehow in this.
Right. I mean, connected somehow, but who knows how?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Kaz will focus on the luminant. I know I already used my action, but he's thinking again of a way to produce that light beam. But I'll let you know what I'm thinking on my turn.
Okay.
And my only viable bonus action would be to Hunter's Mark, but I can't see my target anymore.
Unless you want to Hunter's Mark the wall, but I'm assuming you don't want to steel barrier, Hunter Mark the steel barrier.
No.
So
that's my turn.
Okay. You hear more banging on the other side of this thing. Two massive fists pounding into the other side of the steel barrier. And that's going to lead us to Sleepwell.
So, how much left of the steel? Like, how durable does the steel look right now?
The steel looks like it's holding together, although it probably is not going to hold up for much longer than a few turns. Maybe you have 2-3 turns left if they continue to do this amount of stuff, but you don't see any bowing on the other side of the barrier yet.
Right. So what I say to everybody, I kind of like say this in comms, but also next to Kaz so he can hear me. It's like, look, they're going to get through here in a little bit. I don't think we saw any other exits here, so since we're trapped, we might as well, wait for them to, bust it down and then just attack with everything we've got into the hallway. Let's set ourselves up in a perimeter so that we can, basically blast them as soon as that comes down. So I'll say that to everybody. And what I'm going to do is, I also just say, is anybody wounded?
Aramis is still down a little, I think.
Yeah, I'm at 33 of 49.
33 or 49? Okay. I think I'm going to hold onto healing for right now then. And instead, I'm going to position myself. So this is 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. I'm going to position myself like right here. And I'm going to hold an action until the steel wall comes down.
Okay. All right, that's going to lead us to Medici, who's going to listen to what you said and is going to try to position himself in a way to be ready to attack, and that leads us to Petra.
All right. Well, the wall is there. I look at Aramis, who seems perhaps less dizzy looking than he did before. And I will move over. I'm going to move back to here. And I will go ahead and make my hammer flames spring up all around it. Just because that seems like a useful thing to do. But I'm going to look at Kaz and say, should we group together in some way?
Maybe. I have an idea.
Okay.
I think just be ready to ambush him, maybe.
All right. And I'll kind of stand there ready with my hammer, looking at the wall.
Okay, that's going to lead us up to Aramis, who is now no longer stunned.
What I miss? What's going on?
And you hear like the door, like the wall. There's like big steel sound behind you.
Who's? I'm
Just
sorry.
Get over here. Get over here.
Sure. And Aramis is going to fire, or is going to hold his action and prep for a lightning ring again.
Okay. All right. More banging. You're now starting to see a couple of like slight marks appear on the other side of the wall.
So wait, are you moving, Aramis? Are you moving away from the wall?
Let me take a look at the map. Thank you for reminding me.
Hello, Wolf. Thanks, Critchwitch. Yeah, we're still at it. Let's keep at it, folks. Yes, we are.
Oh, that's right. That's got a range of 300 feet. Aramis is going to move. Why is that not doing that? Okay, Aramis is going to move 15, 30 feet. He's going to move back here.
Okay.
Stand pretty close to Kaz and ready his action.
Okay. All right, good stuff. Again, bang, bang, bang on the walls. Kaz, you're up.
Kaz will move forward right up to the wall. And
those are the doors. You want to be up here?
Oh, sure, yeah. Well, the doors are open, right?
The doors are open, yeah.
Yeah, that's fine where I am.
Okay.
And I will focus on the time where the worshippers are in the past.
Okay.
And Kaz is going to prepare and hold an action to release a light beam, and he's going to try, because the light beam is, the essence of the Bellare shooting out. Kaz is going to try to basically shoot out the essence of the Luminant at Fang Sync with the goal of channeling him back through time.
Ah, okay.
Like right now, I can see 2 different times, and I want to shove that energy onto him and force him.
I got it.
I mean, I'm hoping
Gotcha what you're
that
saying.
it will force him to become a previous version of himself, but I have a feeling it's going to transport him back through time, which is maybe going to create problems, but we'll see.
Okay. All right. You stand and prepare. The wall now is showing very serious signs of stress as the banging continues. Probably will not hold up much longer than, the end. This turn probably is all you got. Sleepwell, you were up.
Basically, I'm preparing a toxic burst for when the wall comes down.
Okay, when the wall comes tumbling down, as they say. Okay, Medici prepares himself same way. Petra, you're up.
I am going to I'm going to move right here, and I'm poised with my hammer, and the minute someone steps right there that I do not feel fond of, I'm going to smack the fuck out of them.
All right. Aramis, you are up next as Petra is ready.
I forgot.
There's
to
really-
move. I just threw myself.
There's really nothing else I can do, so I'm going to just continue to be ready.
You're holding the lightning thing, if I'm not mistaken?
That's it.
Okay. Gotcha.
That's it.
Okay. So the wall, as they say, comes tumbling down as the guards slam into it. And they come riding through. But as this happens, they're charging through, but like Grimac is right behind them. And as they do that, there are a number of actions that are going to go off. We've got the Toxic Burst. We've got the Lightning Ring. We've got the Hammer in a minute, depending on when they get to you, Petra. And they've got Kaz and the Energy. But Kaz with the Dexterity, I believe, is going to go first. Although, Aramis, what's your Dexterity?
Dexterity is 13, but that 24 is pretty nice on that initiative.
Technically, Aramis is higher in initiative than I am, but my Dex is higher.
Yeah.
I mean, do we also get to decide what order we want to release everything in? For a Rombo.
Yeah, you know what? Yes, because you've had a chance to prepare this, so I will allow that. You could decide what order you wanted that to happen in.
I say we let all the attacks go through, and then I try to chuck him back through time.
Okay.
I like
I
that.
agree.
Okay.
I agree.
So Let
Toxic Burst and the Lightning Ring have the exact same range, so I think we're gonna just like target in exactly the same place. Which
All
is
right.
probably...
Let's go ahead and have both your attack. Yeah, I was going to say, Aramis, do you want your lightning and then the toxic right after, or what?
Yeah, I mean that works. I mean, because I'm going to cast it at rank 5 again, so it's going to be 66 regardless, plus 7.
Okay, let's make that happen then. So they have to make dexterity saving throws, right?
Right. So they have to make dexterity saving throws against a DC of 15.
Okay. First guard is going to make it. The second one is going to miss, and Gremek is going to miss terribly.
I
Okay.
appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
Thank you, Gremek.
Is it, one of the guards though gets out of it. So
Let me clean that back up.
are they still affected even on a miss?
They
At
get
half?
half damage.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, let's talk about 24. So
Okay.
I mean, it's not a great, but it's not bad.
Yeah, though. So one of these guards, this one down here, looks quite hurt now, very hurt. The one up top, less so, but still hurt. And Gremek looks kind of like is still sort of like he's definitely taken some beating, but he's still, you know, chuckles as if this isn't that big a deal to him. That leads us to Sleepwell's Toxic Burst, which goes up next, I would say.
Right, so they make a Constitution saving throw against DC 16.
All right. First guard, second guard. The first guard that made the first saving throw also makes the second saving throw, but the other two miss again.
Okay.
So what
So
are we looking at damage-wise?
Damage-wise, it is 4d10.
4d10. Okay.
So that looks like 24 damage there.
Okay. So this
So-
one down here drops. This one up here looks very hurt, but it does not drop yet.
Okay, and so this area is considered lightly obscured and difficult terrain now as well.
Okay. So
Is Grimmack walking, or is he's on a platform again?
he is still walking.
Okay.
All right, I'm going to put that roughly there, Sleepo, just so we can see the effect that was. Okay.
Right.
Alrighty. And then I think those were those things. Now we have Kaz's deal. So Kaz, at this point, you are going to fire away with your energy, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
And that will actually, I think, require a saving throw. Give me a moment to get that up.
I didn't know if Aramis, your friend, also would get a shot off. I thought.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Thank you for the
Or-
reminder. Yep, Medici also shoots. Correct. Correct. Sorry. Yeah, and will hit, so good call. Yeah, actually will hit the guard but won't quite kill him, but the other guard is quite hurt now. Yeah, good call. Thanks for the reminder.
Okay.
Thank you.
So Light Beam says you gather a swirl of molecular energy and fire it in the form of a energy beam 30 feet long and 5 feet wide.
Okay.
Any creature in the line of fire must make their favorite, a dexterity saving throw.
As always. Okay. And if they miss?
If they fail, my DC, I think, is for my bodily, for my Bellari stuff, it's 13 is the DC.
Okay, yep.
And if they miss, they are going to take 5d8 because of what level of Bellari I am.
All right.
Radiant damage. And I am trying to maybe shear off. Essentially, my intention is to have Fang Sink somehow become a past version of himself, but I am trying to like project the luminance power into this.
Okay.
Regardless.
So, appropriate that as you do that, there is a fanfare. And Lone Wolf has contributed $25 to the cause. Thank you, Lone Wolf. So we are now up to 761. 761 out of 4,000 as we are charging on towards 800 and then 1,000. Thank you so much, Lone Wolf. Thanks. I appreciate it, man. All right. You are going to do that. Neither one. You said the DC was what? 13?
Yeah.
Yeah. So neither one is going to make theirs then. So go ahead and roll your damage, and then we're going to talk about what happens. I think this is going to do for the guard. I'm pretty confident.
That's 21.
Yeah, the guard is annihilated. But we'll talk about what happens with this guy. So as you hit Gremak with this, you see him like his metallic smile kind of grimace, and then he kind of and he walks forward. So you're beaming at him like right? He is walking literally into the beam. And as he gets closer and closer, you hear that he is yelling at you. And it is something to the effect of, I am beyond time. I am beyond you. And just, louder and louder. And Kaz, you can feel the luminant in the suit of the chest getting red hot. And as he's doing this, as this is getting red hot, Aramis and Petra and Sleepwell, you can feel your own bodies growing warm in resonance with the luminant.
Wow.
And he says, and Gremak says, you cannot defeat me without defeating yourselves. I will destroy each of you one by one. And he kind of closes in. So, Kaz, this is basically like a feedback thing that is happening. And the question is, what are you going to do about it? Because it's still hitting him. But the feedback... So, in other words, it's feeding back to you. You could refeed it back to him if you could somehow amplify it. But
So
there's a danger associated with it.
He's basically deflected it, is what you're saying.
No, he's taken it, he's taking the damage, but he's also redirecting it back to you.
Okay.
The question is if you can loop it back to him.
Yeah, I don't think I have much other choice. I'm gonna pull the Uno reverse card and
Loop it back to you.
try to loop it back to him.
So as you do this, you can see that he slows slightly, but not enough, as he's coming in towards you. And Petra and Aramis and Sleepwell, you can feel your bodies growing warmer and warmer.
Is this the end of his turn right now? Because he's the one who was moving and just busted down the wall. So
that is so Kaz hit him. This is technically happening between, because Gremak goes right after Kaz. So technically it's happening between the two of them right now. This would probably be on Gremak's turn, but this is really a reaction, honestly, to Kaz's attack.
Oh, okay.
I have an idea. Could I, kind of sensing that we're all linked here, is there a way that we could, instead of me taking the brunt of this, whatever this energy is, could I almost like direct it through all of us? I have no idea. Like, is this purely...
Maybe. Is the answer to that?
Yeah. Is this effect that I'm feeling purely, what's the word, detrimental? Or do I feel like we could be empowered, maybe?
I think it's more, the feeling you have is both.
Okay.
It may end up being very detrimental to all of you, but it is also empowering.
Great. Okay.
Because it's obviously also detrimental to him.
Sure. Let's
We gotta defeat this guy.
share in the pain. Let's see what happens. I'll try to direct the energy instead of deflecting it back at him. I'm going to try to direct it through all of us.
Okay. Now, I have a question. Each of you has a choice to make. As Kaz does this, energy shoots out in your directions. But you could, if you wish, resist it. The question is whether you resist the energy being directed to you by Kaz, or whether you will, if you will, embrace it, accept it. So I'll go one by one. Aramis.
Aramis is not only going to accept it, what he's going to do is do exactly what Kaz is doing in his own way. He's going to try to take all of the energy that is coming off of this, refocusing it into his Esper powers, and try in some way to intuitively redirect it back at Grimmack.
Okay. Petra,
So
what
whatever
about
roll you want, whatever roll
you?
you
No,
want.
I don't
for
need a roll for that. I needed to know the intention. Petra.
Petra does not resist.
Okay. Are you sort of drawing it through your body like with the hammer? Like how
I
are you-
am. I'm trying
With the
to.
hammer.
Petra is trying to just go with the flow and help the energy go where Kaz is directing it.
Okay. And then last, sleep well.
I'm sending my rig over to Kaz so that he can drain every last bit of sorium out of it.
Ooh. So this is Kaz. So there's a moment where we see Kaz to Aramis to Sleepwell to Petra, the four of them as this beam, this enormously powerful beam, and you can feel the temple rumble underneath you. Kaz, you feel the temple even rumbling underneath you in another time. And the blasting of this beam goes forward, and you can see as the beam is hitting towards him, and then this mechanical smile becomes this horrified sort of grimace as the beam shoots back towards him. And there is brighter and brighter and brighter and brighter light. And as this is happening, Kaz, flickering in and out, you begin to see time itself is shifting. And for a moment, you see yourself at the birth of a star. You see yourself at your future, at the end when a star goes nova. You see yourself with the worshippers. You see yourself back on the Eos Keldor. You see yourself with Z. You see yourself with each of these characters and people. Sleepwell, for a moment you were in the lab. You were in the lab with Sleepwell, your mentor, and you are there watching in horror as he has been torn apart by your family. But you're also there as he is there whispering to you that you have always been the best student he could ever have wished for, and not to forget that when you went out into the universe and found your fortune. Petra, you find yourself thinking about Tesora and seeing Tesora somehow in front of you, but at the same time, you also see yourself wandering with your friends, and then you imagine yourself in the Hyperlance's AI speaking to them, and for a moment you think you hear this breathy voice you remember of Petra that's whispering to you at the same time. Aramis, you remember yourself standing above the people that were to be massacred as part of Bethera's butchers. But you also remember Medici standing above you and saying that you would not do those things anymore and that you and he would get out of it and would escape. You remember yourself being drunk, but you also remember yourself being sober. You remember the experiences that you had with your friends, and for a moment, all four of you share all of these experience moments for a moment as the light grows to an intense, absolute, overwhelming glow. And then for a moment, everything is silent. In another time, there are white-cloaked supplicants wandering through the cathedral, the Mother's Heart, and they are tending to a suit. It is a suit where the luminant within it is now a dull and non-resonant blue, but it is also a suit that now stands proudly over a cathedral which has apparently not seen any violence, not seen any attacks or danger within it. One of those might be familiar to you. One of the white-cloaked figures is in fact Tesora. She looks calm, yet happy. She looks thoughtful, yet not in despair. In another time, in another place, we see several freighters wandering through space. Some of these freighters are taking back bits and pieces of things that have been randomly appearing throughout the Silrain arc. Broken bits of what once were many ships, all the ships of which have been destroyed. All but one, which, disabled, drifts through space. Although, occasionally, there are little blips which suggest it may not be entirely destroyed. And on one other planet, the person known as Lamalki Sleepwell is looking up at a picture of one Ludiku Sleepwell. It is in a place of honor above her family's pictures that are arrayed by ancestor, as is tradition for the Volna. And Ludiku Sleepwell stands at the top of that pyramid. And she looks up and nods as if satisfied and walks away. Somewhere on a space station, someone is cooking a meal. And next to him is a pan that was once used by an Ashenforged to cook with him. It is a pan that he has always kept by his side since that encounter, and since the word has spread of the complete economic collapse of the Zephyr Corporation and the apparent disappearance of the Shadow Technocracy from the Silrain Arc. Business has actually been quite good. He's thinking of building several restaurants, and perhaps building maybe even a chain, if you will, through several stations. He's thinking of calling it Petra's Place, perhaps. And in yet another place, perhaps all alone, there are several on a planet in a saloon who are raising tonight a toast to the only one of Bethera's butchers who was ever worth giving a damn about, who was ever worth saving. Aramis is the name of this person, and he is remembered at this time, once every solar year, a day that celebrates what he was to the Silrain Arc and to the galaxy. And lastly, we see, on one planet's surface, there is in one time, there is a devastated and destroyed and completely obliterated portion of what once was perhaps a mountain within which there may have been people or creatures that lived. But of course, this is a different time. And as we pan back from that destroyed place, we see several people looking at it from a distance. It is a destroyed part of a mountain. It's a place where we've heard some say there was an explosion, and others say that a ship crashed into it. They say, I wonder if we should go look at that. I will if you will. All right then. And as we think of what this means for the world of Camellia, we bring an end to the adventure of Esper Genesis. Lovely work, everyone. Well,
it's full circle.
That was so good.
Oh man.
lovely work, all.
Dragon Spear is calling for an encore, so we need to do this for another 3 years.
Yeah.
Well, I can't promise the same one, but that was wonderful. That was really lovely. I wondered how much of it, there were individual choices, of course, that had to be made, but all of you as a group, I think, made a decision And we'll see, they're who knows whether or not that's something that may tie into a certain campaign somewhere down the line. We'll find out.
Who knows?
But either way, it was lovely to watch this group work. As we said, some tears would be shed, and I feel very much like, in a way, the community coming together to donate up to $761 so far in 4 hours. It's pretty good, folks. Let's keep that up. Reminds me a little bit of what it was like watching this group work together. This was a really, really generous group of role players, and that is the best kind, because it meant that everyone sort of gave to each other, played off of each other, and as much as I am looking forward to future campaigns, and I think this was the time to bring this story to a close, I will miss that generosity with this group of characters. Of course, that comes from the players, so I'm sure we'll get that generosity again, but it was lovely to see it. I will start, as usual, with Zach. Zach, Kaz had such lovely work that they did, and I was really enjoying watching you sort of interacting with the supplicants and sort of being in this other time at the same time and having to kind of mentally coordinate in your head, okay, this is what's happening here and that's what's happening there. There was a bit, someone had mentioned to me that it reminded him a little bit of the whole Tony Stark, sacrifice. And there's a bit of that, but I think a lot of it is Kaz sort of coming from a character that everyone, appreciated, but he was a mercenary, as you yourself said in the last session, who kind of came to learn that he was more than a mercenary. He's a part of a team, and that part of being someone that is a star being is to understand the universality of all of us, that we are all made of matter of stars in some ways. And I really thought you brought that through, including what we had tonight. So it was lovely work. And I wondered if you had any thoughts about what you thought about tonight's session, and also if you have any final thoughts about the campaign as a whole before we put a bow on it.
What a long way we have come from a little prison ship, a little old Lorendi prison ship. Oh, man. I remember the concept of this character. I still got to do a little bit of sniping for the last time.
Yeah, you did. One for the road.
One for the road. No puns intended.
Yeah. True facts.
Yeah, no, I scattered to time with their fates, given visions of potential futures and their fates somewhat unknown or perhaps clarified, and then tying directly with those others who come to investigate. I think it's I didn't see that coming. And yeah, the campaign as a whole, I don't know, there's something to be said about like us all committing and consistently coming and being here and going through everything. And we had some amazing moments throughout these 70, almost 80 episodes.
Yeah.
So yeah, too many to count. Of course, we can't forget Louise, who joined us, and also Saladin.
Absolutely.
And, hope I'm not forgetting any other guests we may have had.
No, I think that was it. Louise and Saladin.
But yeah, there's so many memories, too many to count and to think of. But I'm going to be going back and watching the VODs from time to time and remembering. But yeah, it's cool. It's been great to have something so consistent for the last almost 4 years. And to have these awesome people to continue to role play with and these characters. So I'm very thankful for it. I'm looking forward to what is next, doing even stranger things and cooler things, and pushing the envelope even harder with this group now that was the prototype campain. We're all like,
now
okay,
the real game begins.
That was the test. That was the test run, guys.
Yeah.
So now the real game begins. No, I'm entirely kidding. That was great, and I look forward to the future. And I'm incredibly thankful for the past, as is the theme of how we ended the campaign. So the fine people will find me on this channel for whatever is next. In the immediate future is tomorrow I will be performing for ArvCon, and you'll have to come by and check it out. Probably some marimba and keyboard shenanigans. And aside from that, you'll find me here also for our vocalists, of course, our new campaign coming soon, and other things that are yet to be discovered or said. And for the last time, Starboy out.
Always a pleasure, Zach. Great work in this campaign. Carlos, you joined later than these three did, but as we said, you fitted in immediately, and it was really a joy to see how well you and how lovingly, really, you played off of everyone and how everyone sort of connected to you. And what an arc for Sleepwell, who came from being kind of this kid that was constantly like, "Shut up! Don't tell me what to do," to really kind of learning and kind of growing as a part of it, so that at the end, everyone felt very much like you were just so wonderfully invested in part of the fabric of everything. I love the idea of sending the rig over, that was part of what was kind of, connecting the energy. It just made so much sense. And, your connection to what was left, in a way, I almost got this sense that there was a little bit of honoring, Gremek, as much as you hated him. There was an honoring him in the acceptance of, this isn't who my father was. Like, this is not what he was. And I have disowned that aspect, right? I've disowned that part of you. And that was lovely to see. Really, you were with your family now, this was your family. And I found that very powerful. Also, mechanically, that was a good idea on the steel barrier, and it bought you all some time, because otherwise Aramis might have had some trouble, in particular, because of the hits he was taking and the situation he was in. But it was really lovely to watch that kind of develop over time, and to really get a sense of what your backstory allowed us to kind of flow into it. Even previously, when you were using the kind of code word of like, I am, Ludicrous Sleepwell, I was originally this, and now I am this person, and that whole thing, that kind of counter code phrase was really a great way to reveal backstory and to give us a sense of who you are. And I think everyone knew exactly the kind of character Ludicrous was by the time we got to the end of it. So it was lovely role play. I was glad that you got to play with us, and I'm curious about, your feelings about the campaign as a whole, and about the session we had, and where folks will find you down the road.
I mean, I've said this a few times, I think, last week, and I'll say it again this week. You're literally the best. You're the best DM I ever got to play with. It's just the best party interaction I ever had to deal with. A mature, sophisticated role-playing experience that was full of scatological shenanigans. Most of it was me. So, I'm not blaming anyone else for my scatology. I'm just saying, it was just everything like a profound and joyous role play experience should be, where, sure, there was fighting, but, there were these times when we would sort of like put ourselves forward for, like when we were all giving speeches about the Fenarg and
Well, you and the Fenarg, yeah. I mean, my God.
Yeah. No, or, when we were, sort of like putting ourselves in harm's way and thinking about the nature of life, and all of us coming from different perspectives, all of us headed toward the good, just from such various different perspectives that, it took all of us to kind of like find our way through. I mean, it's just spectacular. Like, we're improvising in front of a camera, like for 3 hours a week, not quite knowing what we're going to do, and the fact that we got these kinds of interactions, and so this is a group that had the sophistication to be able to handle conflicting characters that didn't transfer into conflicts in players. In fact, the opposite, joy in players for the conflict in characters. And that's just like another sign of that kind of amazing experience that you can have, that's almost like LARPing in a way, sort of like the Nordic LARPs, where that tension can get very sophisticated and heartfelt. I feel like we just did it all in this campaign, and we did it in space, so it was great. It was an absolute honor to be a part of this team. Thank you all, and thank you, chat, for watching.
Yeah absolutely.
So people will find me at Origins and at Gen Con. I'm on both writers' tracks this year. Greg, you're going to be there too. Kat, you're going to be there too. So like this summer, I am basically telling everybody to piss off for the entire month of July while I work on my novel, the next novel that I'll be doing. So, like, literally taking no calls. Don't even bother. I'm not. I'm like the wind. I'm gone.
I'm like the
But
wind.
in June and in August, I'll be doing that. And then one of the things that I hope to do fairly soon is, Greg and I were already talking that. Um, my wife and I are developing Negocios en Finales, this game that some of you have seen on the channel. What we want to do is make it a more regular presence on Arvon Eleron. So that might be one of the good things that people can look forward to in the coming months.
That's good stuff. Thank you, Carlos. And again, much love, much thanks. I'm really glad that we were on that panel at ReaderCon some years ago so that we were able to connect like this. And thank you, my friend. And I look forward to seeing you at Origins and to collaborating on a bunch of other stuff down the line. So always a pleasure. Thank you. Kat, I remember exactly where I was when I tweeted out. I sent you I think a tweet message actually, and I was like, "Hi, Kat. So I have this thing I might want you to be involved in, and I wondered if you might be interested." And I thought it was a little bit of a shot in the dark because I had obviously known you. I think we'd been on a panel together, but I also admired your work, and I was like, I think Kat would be perfect for this, but I don't know if you were going to go for it. And you said, you said that sounds fun, I think were your words. And here we go. It was really interesting to me to watch Petra develop as a character that, especially as I've talked about before, having two Ashenforged, both going in kind of different direction, both going in different directions, albeit as a group, but both of whom are coming to their own understanding of their identity as Ashenforged, and learning about that was really something to watch. And I thought so much of the work that you did with Petra was done in these little moments, whether it was the rivalry that was established with Tezora, whether it was the connection that we had with the artificial intelligence, which finally I think was explained tonight, but you began to sort of play that out a little bit more, whether it was the cooking that happened that you talked about. These moments all added up to people, the fact that the sort of reluctant captain, that there's a reason I think that everyone kept being like, Petra should be the captain, and you were like, and they're like, that's why we want you to be captain, right? And there was really this sense that Petra became someone that everyone looked up to and led, and did so with these wonderful array of small moments of role play. They're really tied together. I think that's reflected in your wonderful writing too. They're really tied together to make the character what they are. And so it was an honor to see that sort of unfold, and I really, really enjoyed seeing that. And the flaming hammer and the various things you could do with it from a combat point of view, that was always a lot of fun to watch as well. But I am curious, and I also am thankful to you for the backstory elements that you gave me that I was able to, hopefully weave in a positive, honorable way back into the campaign. Same question to you, which is, how did you feel? Any thoughts about the campaign as a whole, about the session tonight, and where will folks find you next?
I thought this was just an extraordinary experience, and I'm so happy that I said yes. And it's just been a delight and has just opened up all sorts of wonderful stuff for me. I will miss the hell out of Petra, but I will also look forward to the new campaign. As far as where people will find me, in just a couple weeks, I will be, as Carlos said, at Origins. And
Guest
we
of
will all
honor
have
for
an
the authors.
amazing time.
Yeah.
And then I will be at Gen Con this summer, and I will be at Cascade Writers in Bremerton in July, which I'm not taking off.
July is not taking off. Again, Kat, thank you so much, and I'm so glad you're staying on, and that we'll see more of your great play with this as well. Thank you. Finally, last but certainly not least, Johnny, I remember at one point you mentioning to me something along the lines of, I do all this GMing and all this kind of stuff, but I don't know, like, if I'm at the level of, this was some years ago, but like the level of role play of these other people. And I was like, I don't know. Every time I see you play characters in City of Mist or whatever you were GMing, like, you kick all kinds of ass. Like, I was like, and that I have been proven to be 100% correct. Aramis was such a rich character. I adored watching the relationship we talked a lot about between Aramis and Sleepwell, and how really gentle that got to be at the end. I mean, that was just lovely, because it didn't start that way, obviously, but it really finished that way. I love the idea of Aramis being someone that kind of drank to forget all of his problems, and so on, as an Ashen Forged. Then we got to see that story played out, the stuff with Bethera's Butchers, and actually did that even while you turned away from an option you could have done if you wished, which was to follow up on the Matakai thing. And you made a decision where you were like, you know what, that's not what he wants to do. He wants to continue with the group towards this other thing. And that was what so much of the group did, was constantly take their individual stories, but turn towards the group always. Everybody made that group decision. And you did the same thing. And it was just absolutely lovely to see. And you obviously became mechanically more and more powerful. Like that lightning ring explosion thing was badass as hell. The rings of fire that you were throwing at people in previous sessions was great from a combat point of view. But just the richness of what Aramis is kind of this sort of Western drifter brought to the mix was really lovely. And again, tied in so well, I think, with everybody else and how everyone else's story is put together. So it was great to see it, and I'm really glad that we got a chance to play this campaign together, and that you'll be back with us again. So same question: how do you feel about thoughts about the campaign as a whole, and about this session, and where will the folks find you next?
So thoughts on the campaign and how everything flowed. I'm going to start with this little bit of, I don't know. I think I have so much to say, but I don't want to say it all, because I don't want to leave it all on the table.
Okay.
Right. I want to hold back a little bit, because there's a lot of it that actually means more to me than I'm probably wanting to express. And the reason I'll say that is because this has been one of 2 or 3 things that has been consistent for me in the past 4 years. And the fact that we've been doing this for 4 years, and we've been telling this story, and we've been playing with these characters, and I've been playing with these players through what has been some of the most challenging times in my life, has meant more to me than I can probably ever adequately express. So first and foremost, thank you for inviting me, Greg. Second, Kat, Carlos, Zach, Louise, wherever you are, Saladin, thank you. That means more to me than anything else. As for the story arcs and everything, I thought it was beautiful. We talked about this. You talk about, Greg, that I was into the whole role play thing, and I was doing, I didn't feel like I was confident enough as a player, and I still feel that way to this day.
So wrong.
Well, that's true, but also that's my perspective.
That's fair.
What I will say is that I always felt like part of the reason I was here was to facilitate a great story, and player egos are not as important as story. And as long as everybody walks away at the end of the day feeling good about the choices that they make, and that the story that we're telling is fantastic, that's all that really matters. So wherever these characters end up in their own space in the future, it was incredible. So thank you. As to where folks will see me next, here, I'm back in California. No idea what my plans are as of yet. We just got back here this week. I'm still dealing with a cold. I don't have COVID, although if you saw me coughing in the background, it's just a nasty cold with congestion.
I just got over one myself. I know the feeling.
Well, it's surprising to get one so close towards the summer. But so yeah, I don't know what my plans are yet. Some things have come to light that are going to make things up in the air. So the next place you're more than likely going to see me is here when we do the next thing, whenever that's actually happening. I may do something before that. I don't know. I may get inspired. But for the time being, I'll be here. So I'll see you guys soon. And last but not least, thanks for chat. 4 years of
seriously
good
thanks
stuff.
For chat. Yeah.
Good conversation, good inspiration at the right moments, and just the right amount of comedy when we absolutely needed it. So thank you.
Yeah, it was. I totally agree with that. Chat. I'm biased. I feel like I have the best viewers on Twitch because they're just they're just great people. So thank you, chat. Last comment that I'll make about this whole thing is that you will see many of these people in our next campaign, which is going to be Expedition from the Mysterious Peaks. That'll be starting within the next month or two. But I do, again, want to send a shout out to Alligator Rally Entertainment for sponsoring this campaign over the last 4 years. I'm very glad to be dealing with them with Expedition from the Mysterious Peaks and to be working with them on my Gray Shade Kickstarter. So I'm very grateful to them. I want to send a shout out to Chad again for the reasons already previously expressed. You folks are all the best. And again, so much thanks to these players. I couldn't agree more about the consistency of it. And every one of these experiences enriches, I think, not only just from a personal standpoint, my feeling about how one GMs and having to keep up with players that are this good at going in different directions and trying to kind of go along with them, but also just really enriches the space of life that I'm in. I think I've become a better storyteller because I've seen the richness of stories told by these wonderful people who tell stories in their own mediums on a constant basis. And it was an honor, as I said, to be able to GM these folks and be a part of this. And I would put this up against any space campaign I've ever seen. They are so good. So thank you from the bottom of my heart for making wonderful stories together and for advancing the cause of love within those stories. God knows we need it, and I think we got it here. So thank you from the bottom of my heart to Johnny Pittman, to Cat Rambo, to Carlos Hernandez, to Zach Clay. Chat, can we get some love for these people? And as a reminder, $761 was raised during this opening salvo, and that is a heck of an opening. So thank you as well to chat and to these wonderful players for bringing that up. Folks, I will see most of you next month. Actually, I'll see all of you in some capacity next month, but I'll see most of you from a campaign point of next month. And Johnny, Cat, Carlos, Zach, thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Greg. Thank you, chat.
Bye, all.
Goodbye.
Thank you.
That was, some tears, as we said, but that was great. That was great. And again, I just lovely work from the players, and it was wonderful to be able to see it. So, and from the days in which I was sometimes getting the adventures, like the rough sort of frame of the adventures, just like straight, like right ahead of when the actual thing went live. Like I literally was like, sometimes I was getting those things in the afternoon, and then the thing went live that evening. That was something else. Thank you, Garlic. Thank you. I am really grateful to everyone as well for being with me through this and being with the players through this. This was really special, and I'm so glad for those of you who found us this campaign, for those of you who loved this campaign. And again, we will have future campaigns with many of these players. As I said, Expedition for the Mysterious Peaks is an example, but this story, I think, came to a good end. Will the characters within it be gone forever? Who knows? But I think this was an ending that I feel like everyone could be proud of because of the way the players put it together. So thank you, and thank you again to Eric. Thank you to Rich. Thank you to Chris at Alligator Rally. And if I can take a moment also to at least dedicate a portion of this. And I should say one other note about the players. I want to thank Louise, who was the person who was with us for the opening portion of this campaign. Sadly, Louise couldn't stay with us for the whole length of the campaign, but really brought a lot of good stuff with Zarina. And I'm sorry that she could not stay longer. But again, much respect and thanks to Louise. And thank you to Saladin for jumping in a memorable cameo, as it turned out to be, with his character of Z. That was a lot of fun there also. But the last thing I wanted to note on this quickly was just a quick shout out and to the memory of Brian Dalrymple. Brian Dalrymple, as you know, was one of the 4 members of Alligator Rally. He was one of the co-founders. And Brian passed away last year suddenly from a heart attack. Brian was a very good person, was a wonderful art director, did wonderful work with Tales and Tomes, and obviously did wonderful work with Esper Genesis as well, and was just a tireless promoter and someone who really kind of focused on this work. Losing him was a big loss to the industry, and I definitely thought a little bit about him tonight as well as we were kind of bringing this up. I hope somewhere he is watching and enjoying the campaign that we had, and that we did some honor to the game that he was a part of putting together. Rich, of course, is the main designer, and Rich deserves all kinds of credit for the wonderful game he put together. But just a quick note because of Brian, who did also some work on art direction and layout and stuff like that. So thank you, Brian, wherever you are. And thank you again, generally, to Alligator Alley and chat. Thank you to all of you. Separately, thank you to everyone for a great first day of ArvCon. 761 out of 4,000 is a great opening salvo, as I said, and we've got a lot of big stuff to come. We are only, of course, just getting underway. Tomorrow at 11:30 a.m., we will have an interview with 3 Damon Runyon Cancer Research Foundation scientists, so you're going to get a chance to hear from them about why they went to Damon Runyon and what they do in their work and that sort of stuff, and it will also give you a chance to know them because you're going to see them again on Monday. So that's going to be happening at 11:30 a.m. At noon Eastern, we are going to continue with Adventures in Middle-earth Erebor Adventures, Sleeping Dragons Lie. That is going to be the second, there's going to be a 4-hour adventure. So there'll be 4 hours of hunting a dragon, and that's going to be pretty wild with that crew. So I am very excited for that to happen, and that's going to be great. And then that's going to be this business. Then let's see. Well, I'm a little hoarse because I'm still finishing getting over this cold, but I appreciate that, Trivet. Then at 4:30, we will have a one-shot D&D adventure with GogCom players. I'll announce the name of that tomorrow. I didn't want to announce it too early because I didn't want to spoil anything or giving anything away, but you will definitely want to be here for that. And that's going to be GogCom players, Peripheral Mike, Pyron Jade, not Pyron Jade, she's going to be with Elton John, Peripheral Mike, Darksaber 2K, and then you're going to see... you are going to see Inanda. You are going to see Undeveloped Bruce. So you will see, respectively, the GogCom, the Ghost of Saltmarsh and Talisman Adventures players, and Fleos. So we will have 5 GOG.com players with a fun, lighthearted adventure from 4:30 to 7:30 p.m. on Saturday. And then at 8 p.m. Eastern, we will have 4 performers. We'll begin with Kilgore Trout, who will play for about 40 to 45 minutes. Then we'll move on to Chrono Wolf, who will pick up and will play for about 40 to 45 minutes. Then Zach Clay, who you just heard from, another 40 to 45 minutes. And then Indy will wrap up somewhere around 10:30 or 11 o'clock. One note is that Kilgore said that his internet has been very up and down. So if he can't get his internet functional, we may have to end up showing a video replay of last year, which, it was still for ArvCon and it was still followed up by Chrono Wolf. So that stuff won't change. But we may end up having to do that if his internet won't work. I hope it will. And if so, then we'll get 4 live concerts. If not, it'll be 1 taped and then the other 3 will be live concerts going forward from there. So that's going to be a great time. Always one of my favorite parts of this activity. Sunday, day 3 will begin at noon Eastern with a marathon session of D&D with Infinity and Beyond, Eberron, Oracle of War, Season 2, A Century of Ashes, as they are now in Sharn, the City of Towers. This is going to be sick. You are not going to want to miss this. It's going to be awesome. And then at 8 p.m. Eastern, you are going to see a special TTRPG event GM'd by Will Sobel, and it's actually Feast at the Title Keep is the name of it, and it will feature Rick Riordan Presents authors, including one Carlos Hernandez. You'll get a chance to see him and the rest of that crew. That'll be again starting at 8 p.m. Eastern on Sunday evening. And then Monday, we will have 2 events. First of all, at 10:30 a.m., we will have a special Strange Friends, 10:30 a.m. Eastern, special Strange Friends session with Brandon O'Brien, the Rising Tides, as your GM. The crew of the Girl by Moonlight crowd will be with you for that. And then starting at 1:30 p.m. will be a one-shot tabletop adventure with Michael R. Underwood, our good friend Turbo Tango as GM, who will be presenting this adventure with those 3 scientists that we spoke to Saturday morning. They will be back as a part of this doing that tabletop events. That's going to be awesome. And then I will wrap up ArvCon 2022, hopefully talking about the record-breaking performance that we had for the day. But the only one who can truly decide that, chat, is you. So we are at 761 out of 4,000. Last year we had 7,000. We doubled our goal. I am hoping that we're obviously going to make a lot of progress tomorrow as well. So remember, !donate is where you can go to find out details about that over on our Tiltify page. but I am very happy with how this started out. I do have to fix a couple things with the visual. I'll try to get that stuff fixed before I head to bed tonight. But I'm very, very glad that we were able to be a part of this. So thank you for everyone who joined me on this adventure for day one of ArvCon. And the last thing that I'm going to do here is I think we are going to do a raid because we have a good number of people here. And I think I know the person who we're going to raid because it's appropriate for our circumstances. So let's see. Oh, I can't because he's not here. Okay. Well, then I have another person that I'm going to go to who is also a good person and will be well worth joining up with here in just a bit. So we're already at 10% of last year. That's right. Already at 10%. We've only been on for about 4.5 hours. So that's pretty good. I would say that is pretty good timing. So what I will say to everyone here is, if you are not a sub, please make sure you do this when you're brought over automagically. That's the Arvanauts have landed, followed by Twitch raid, lowercase Twitch, uppercase R, lowercase AID. And of course, if you are a sub, you're going to do this, Arvany hype, and then the Arvanauts have landed, Twitch raid again, and then you've got Arvany roar. You could throw in Arvany woe, Arvany witch, Arvany what, Arvany love, Arvany blown, Arvany smug, all the Arvanys, if you have them, and that would be lovely when you get brought over there. So make sure that you head over there for that. The only thing I'm going to tell you to do today that relates to me specifically is to follow the channel, to check out our YouTube because we have past broadcasts of this, !ArvTube, and to check out Grayshade KS, Grayshade KS for my Grayshade Kickstarter. Grayshade will be published literally literally this coming Tuesday is when we're going to be publishing Grayshade, and then the Kickstarter will start 2 weeks after that. So there's a lot riding on that. I'm very excited about it, and I hope you folks will join me for that. So that's all I'm going to say about that, except to remind you again to donate, !donate. Please make sure that you do that, and let's continue to fight against cancer the way these players had their characters fight against evil and won. Thank you to my wonderful mods. Thank you to Arudinel, Dragonspear, Garlic Tofu, Rock God, Trifity Mats, Coven of Lenaro, Turbo Tango. Thank you especially tonight to the mods because of all the work they did with all the giveaways. Trifid was doing a ton of work in here. Hillness was, in addition to donations as well. Dragonspear was doing all this work, plus stuff behind the scenes. I already talked about the stuff that he did with the splash screen, with assembling the pots and all that. I can't thank Dragonspear enough. Shadowed Mage, who did all this work on the bot. I can't thank him enough. Garlic Tofu, who gets all kinds of respect and love and thanks for all the work that Garlic Tofu did in pushing and promoting this event, in sending me lots of sunshine and chat as well that I definitely needed, and really keeping everyone's spirits up, and both in front of the camera and back of the camera ways, really supporting this event and supporting the channel and me specifically. So thank you so much, Garlic Tofu. Thank you as well to Arudinel, who is been so consistent and so consistently here. And I saw what you said, Arudinel, and I'm really glad that you did stick around. I'm sorry the first I&B didn't work for you, but I'm glad that you did stick around, that you did find Esper Genesis, because you're such an important member of this community. So thank you. Thank you so much for being here and being such a great moderator. Rock God, I already talked about how awesome Rock God is. That thing right above my head there is going to be yours. It's going to be the person who is the top donator, who right now I think is Hillness, out of the clubhouse, as they say. That's going to go to the top donator, and that is thanks to Rock God. So thank you again, Rock God, for that. And again, Turbo Tango is going to be contributing to this. I saw Coven here before as well. So thank you to everybody who was a part of this mix. It was wonderful to see all of you here. So thank you to my mods. Thank you as well to my Patreon supporters and my subscribers: Arudinel, Dragonspear, Garlic Tofu, Rock God, Trifity Mats, Coven of Lenara, Turbo Tango, Nonstop, Echo Alpha, Lone Wolf, Mrs. Dunsel, Prince Justin. Thank you as well to Prince Justin, not only for the giveaway gift, but also for being the first person to contribute, to donate today. So you were the first out of the gate. Thank you, Prince Justin. Thank you to Alien Gathering, to Avis and Fora. Thank you to Big Boss, to Big Damn Judge, to Cat Rambo, to Crit Twitch. Thank you to Wiolo. Thank you to Fleos. What's up, Fleos? Thank you to Gaia Shield. Thank you to Harlequin, Lakaylee, Mercurius. Good to see you, Mercurius. Thank you to Nick's Plays. Thank you to Slow Cooperville. Thank you to Tanon Playing, Video Store Cowboy, and Wispy Song. And last but certainly not least, thank you, the last two groups. Thank you you to the players again, to Kat, to Carlos, to Zach, and to Johnny for all the wonderful play. Thank you to Louise and Saladin for participating in this as well. Thank you to Alligator Rally for supporting us in this campaign and the campaigns to come. And of course, I want to thank as well the designers of the video, which you're about to see for the last time, Chrono Wolf, who did the wonderful music, and Kilobyte, who of course put together this video. What a wonderful job they both did. And thank you, of course, to Trendane for the voiceover work in the video as well. So thank you to them. Last but certainly not least, I want to thank everyone, most of all, who donated today. Thank you to everyone. Thanks for the follow. Thank you to everyone who contributed. Thank you to everyone who donated. Please spread the word. Hashtag ArvCon 2022. And well, either way, I'm glad that you stuck with us, Arudinel. You know, I really appreciate that. But I want to thank everyone who donated today. Please, again, spread the word. Hashtag ArvCon 2022. Please share that out. Please tell everybody about this show. Please tell everyone they got to get in here. We've still got another over 20 hours. I think something like 25 hours still of content. If not more than, it's got to be more than that. It's got to be more like 28 hours of content left to go. Please let them know about that. Thank you so much. And I am going to do that, because that's the way it is. I'm going to head off now, and for one last time, we are going to take a look at the Esper Genesis outro video. Folks, I will see you folks tomorrow at 11:30 a.m. for the interview with the scientists. Until then, thanks everyone. Stick around for the raid. Much love to all of you. Everyone be good to each other. And for one last time, the conclusion of Esper Genesis Shadow of the Zephyr, campaign complete. Thanks all, and I'll see you folks tomorrow. Have a good night.
When I was a child, I talked like a child. I thought like a child. I reasoned like a child. When I grew older, I set aside childish ways. Corinthians 13:11. In the distant future, mankind has spread into the stars and found it is not alone. Within the cluster of planets known as the Silrain Heart, many races strive for survival or supremacy. But throughout this array of planets, societies, and cultures, each has one thing in common: the crucibles. Scattered throughout the galaxy, each moon-sized structure contains a core of raw sorium, a form of mysterious energy used to power ships, cities, and sometimes the warping of the fabric of reality itself. Beings who can do this have been given a name: Espers. The power of God has been granted to God's children. It is a time of terror. It is a time of wonder. It is the time of Esper Genesis.